ZeFish. Like an 1100. That looks fun. Hey, welcome everybody. Tuesday night, TCH Live here from Dallas, Texas. This is Eric Van Loozen. Tonight, always joining me, Aaron McAvoy down in Austin, Texas. We're excited to be here. How you doing, Aaron?
I'm doing fantastic, man. Very much looking forward to the stream, of course. We'll get a fantastic lineup, and we're going to see a lot of chips going in the middle, so looking forward to it, my man.
Heck yeah. Looks like we're going to start off with a PLO flip. Again, this is going to be a 5-10, 25 game tonight.
Is it here? Yeah, it's what's out here. Is it matter if they're together?
Yeah, everybody buying in for the full 5K. We do have one player waiting to come in the deuce. Everybody will see plenty of familiar faces around the horn. And we've got PokerMomma, Slick Rick, JD, and many others joining us here as we're going to do the flip down to the end. Queen 10, 9, 7. So probably straight up here somewhere. Yep, Jack 8. And there's the King Jack.
Straight over here.
I'm so dead. There's no jacks out there.
So King High straight gonna be best.
That's it. The only one for the night.
Yeah, probably.
Might as well get it out of the way.
Starting with the nuts? Another 521.
That's such a shitty hat, man.
Heck yeah, we already got our first super chat from Drew. Sending good luck to Brian Battistone. It's going to be our seat 7. He goes by Omaha Brian. Thank you, Drew.
Also known as Omaha Brain.
Omaha Brain, if you spell it wrong.
Oh man, Lyman.
Got that fixed, thank God.
I'm pretty fucking loud.
And we are off. We'll introduce everybody around the table. Of course, a lot of familiar faces, and this is Brian's first time on the stream, so welcome, Brian. I know he was coming up from Houston and on his way to Choctaw to playing the series this weekend, so good luck to him up there, and of course, good luck to him tonight on our stream.
You're good hand, Carlos, right?
There's an angle.
All right, so nice chunky pot there for Benham in the flip.
Just so I can defend your 25.
Moving up 1,400 to start things off.
If this flop shitty, I'd advise everyone to fold. Y'all are good.
Check 4 times. Bet 100.
There we go. Got those graphics fixed. Got a couple clubbies out there on that flop.
Yeah, JD in there with the Jack High flush draw. No help on the turn. 6 not going to be the greatest card in the world. However, if he did have a king, he could continue betting it. But gonna slow it down. PokerMomma here with just Jack High, but some opportunities to improve. Is going to go ahead and take the betting lead. And that'll get the Jack 3 out of there.
I blame Carlos. I blame you, Carlos.
That is Mr. Derek in the box dealing for us tonight.
All the rules in the game, buddy.
He's dealt on the live stream before, so I know he's excited to be here again. Shout out to the production team, Cooper and Tay-Tay next door in the production room.
Hold out turn. I try to pick on you.
And it looks like we've got some sort of glitch going on there. At first I was like, oh, I guess everybody really put in quite a lot for the flip, but that was not the case. And then just now, PokerMomma dragging the pot. We've got a weird multiplier in there, like a multiplier of 2 on the pot size being 1. So we're gonna have to get that looked into. So that may mess with our numbers here early on, but we'll see if we can't get it rectified here quickly. Ace 10-9 on this flop. Going to be heads up between JD and Ryan, both playing the same hand. JD with a little bit of a free roll, and that free roll comes in on the turn.
Check. Bet 150, C3.
3/4 pot size bet here from Ryan with the top pair, 9 kicker. Basically just trying to charge the heart and spade flush draws to continue. JD, of course, will make the call with the top pair and the hearts, and gets there. Backdoor hearts, baby.
Is Ash coming to chalk top?
Checking it too.
Yeah, now the unfortunate thing for JD is that Ryan's hand is now sort of, it just doesn't get a lot of value from hands that it beats.
It's just today.
Today, okay.
Today. Yeah.
If he goes very small, like 150 or something, he could maybe try to charge
Cruise.
a 9, but
Outside.
he's going to go 3 1/4. Opens himself up to the check raise here with a vulnerable top pair. JD, I think, a little bit fortunate here that Ryan is going to bet this hand,
Where are you staying?
as I would sort of lean towards checking it back
Oh, yeah.
a lot of the time. Of course, a hand ace-jack or better, where your kicker is actually playing, is, you know, a much more logical candidate to bet this river to try to get paid by, you know, a hand like what they're playing, ace no kicker. And yeah, here comes the check raise, and this is going to be pretty devastating to Ryan, who will realize that he could have just checked this down. JD, of course, not going to choose a size that makes it easy on his opponent,
Easier if I
as
knew
if
what
he
I was
is
trying to do
bluffing.
with my bet,
Pretty good, I would just say.
because I definitely like teed that up for that play.
What's that?
You know, just
I know, it's
ask
been a while.
You did indeed tee that up. Good analogy there.
The court order, that's why.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to stay away.
Tiro, Schmiro, right?
You expect me. All right, well, you got it.
Call, C3.
Yeah.
Ace high push.
Ryan does make the call there. I guess
14.
every once in a while, JD will check raise here with something like
I was watching my doggy.
Queen Jack with the Queen of Hearts or something. I don't know. It's a little bit weird to think of a hand that makes it all the way to the river that is then bluffing. It's pretty much exactly something like Queen Jack with the Queen or the Jack of Hearts.
Tough spot for an Eskimo in the
It's
summer.
it's not
Not
a
ideal,
There's
right?
really not very many combinations of that, I guess.
I used to have great
Yeah, I checked it to him twice and then hammered him, you know, on the river.
It's a huge hairy dog.
Yes,
Definitely an interesting spot there, but
hairy dog.
You live up north or something?
I didn't know.
And is he?
I lived in Arkansas.
PokerMomma looking lovely tonight. I think that's the first bow tie we've had on our stream since Bridge Mike rocked a bow tie.
Nice of the rooms are like a beautiful room. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not a bow tie guy. Are you a bow tie guy, Aaron?
How nice the room was.
You know, I've
On,
worn a bow tie
Girl,
before
on my
on a
interview
couple of
early.
occasions,
So
but
guys
yeah,
were like,
not
how
really.
are these
Much
advertisers?
more of
They're
a
to say
more
this.
traditional
75.
Go on and on about how
tie
the
kind of guy.
room is so nice. You clearly haven't been to the room because it's actually really nice.
Now that OFC ain't here, right?
Right.
7-deuce, John. 50.
You propaganda.
50 apiece, 7-deuce.
7-deuce?
Yeah.
ZeFish going to raise and take it.
I'm not
Scoop
sure.
his first pot here. The ace-9.
AJ's always open.
I know.
I know.
What is it, 50? We doing 50 or?
We can do a round of each.
What are we doing?
7-2 the mid,
7-deuce?
7-2 mid.
Oh, okay.
Or I just don't want to do the same at the
7
same
dudes,
time.
50 a person?
Yeah, 7-deuce, 50.
Okay.
Starting now. Starting now.
I'm having 3.
All right, 7-deuce game is on. $50 per player.
C3 is
That
that
ought to
at
spice
3,000?
things up as long as we get some 7-deuces getting dealt out.
3,000, yes. Fold to 9 and 1. Raise to 75, C4.
Ooh, perfect timing.
Absolutely. Let's go.
Incredible. First hand of the 7-deuce game, and one gets dealt. You gotta love it.
Come on with a 7-high flop here.
Omaha Brian here with a squeeze opportunity. If he takes it, he will.
7 raises to 400. 8 fold.
This is a nice hand candidate as well, because if he gets 4-bet by ZeFish, the original opener, he can easily fold it. A hand like Ace-Queen or Ace-Jack suited, you're still likely going to squeeze with those hands. It's just a little bit weird when you do get the 4-bet. ZeFish, of course, is going to put in the 4-bet.
Absolutely, with the 7 Dewey.
And back over to Omaha Brian, who I was going to say has an easy fold when he gets 4-bet, is going to make the call. Stack to pot ratio at about 1.5. And he's not worried about playing out of position here with just the king-9 of spades. Beautiful flop here for ZeFish. Disconnected, ace-high board. Going to be really tough for Omaha Brian to continue unless he actually has an ace.
Wow. Brian is definitely feeling sticky tonight.
Yeah, this is a very interesting play. Stack to pot ratio now well under 1.
Oh,
and
spades.
Yeah, I mean, he picks up the spade flush draw, but like ZeFish just has to give up here, or else Omaha Brian is just going to get priced out. I mean, ZeFish just needs to rip it all in. Oh no, he's going to give it up. And the king high now on the river is not only just the best hand, but I think Omaha Brian here recognizing that he needs to ship it here and try to get his opponent to fold something like pocket jack, etc.
Shows the king-9 too.
And the look on these faces around the table. Let's go.
He said, I came to play. I'm not just passing through. I'm here to take the money and run.
C5 is adding 500.
Are you going to 3?
I love that. Early action, Aaron. Let's go.
Yeah, that was spicy. I was wondering what we were going to get out of Omaha Brian. And apparently we're going to get some sticky play out of position with king high. Like, let's go. Love it.
So like practicing sounds bad idea, right? It sounds like a rule. Yeah, you're like, I don't want to waste your luck on the WPT.
And it's kind of wild too. You've got a new player at the table. All of these guys have like played with each other a fair bit. You get a new guy at the table, and then he shows down a hand like king-9 there, and like it was good. The way that he played it was good, and yet you still kind of are questioning yourself a little bit about the analysis. You're like, wait a minute, but he called a 4-bet out of position with king-9 and then proceeded to win the hand, playing it quite well, right? Like it's almost like two different pieces of information, and so I think everyone is not really going to have like a solid read on this new player.
Yeah, for sure. And they, 5 of spades, kind of what card hits on the turn, that could have changed the dynamics there. It just kind of, the hand made itself. It was just crazy. And then he did what he was supposed to do, took it down on the river.
Yeah, I mean, obviously if ZeFish rips it in there on the turn,
yeah, it's over.
I mean, unless Omaha Brian is like a super gambler, and that's what we're waiting to see, is that he'd just be like, oh yeah, I picked up a flush draw, like, let's go, it just sticks it in there. But
the 3K, yeah.
My guess is that he would not do such a thing. This is quite the flop. Slick Rick here in a terrible spot, once again, after getting run over last week. Gonna flop top against top set. 3-4 gets there, and that's about it. Pretty good turn card for the ace-jack most of the time.
See what size he goes with here.
Yeah, the problem is when you've got a hand this strong, you really are incentivized to go big, and he is going to go for what looks like 3/4. Apply maximum pressure to your opponent's draws, their one pair holdings, and of course their dominated jacks that are never folding. Trying to get as much in the pot as we can. 750 goes in, and we're going to be up to, yeah, 2550, 2540 here. So tough to get all the money in if Slick Rick is only able to do the betting himself on the river. Of course, we can see that if Ryan can indeed find the check here, Slick Rick is going to put in another wager almost every time. I mean, bottom card pairing shouldn't usually be the worst thing in the world, but those are definitely the cards that Ryan will have and not Slick Rick. So you do have to be a little bit cautious. The one thing, though, is that he can represent some miss.
All in call.
Oh, yeah, he's going to go for the overbet all in.
Seeing everyone there.
Yeah, that was really cool, right?
And the run bad continues for Slick Rick.
And it does.
Say hi to Lucky Chewy. I had not met him. He's literally my favorite.
Yeah.
Carlos in the chat
Gotta, like, talk to him about,
and Albert both saying RIP Slick Rick, but we know he's coming back in, and of course rebuy on the main table. What a hand. Just hand number 6 and getting stacked already.
I think I'm gonna sign up.
Yeah, I need.
Yeah, that's pretty savage.
Right now, use.
I understand the jam. The river kind of looks like a,
I just love the way he teaches, and also he just like
you know, kind of a bricky card. I don't know.
I
mean,
great for me because like.
I don't know, man.
It's probably
That's not what I
right
thought
play.
you had, all right?
No matter
That's
what.
not what I thought you had.
You're gonna get.
I was like,
I thought you had to have fucking air, right? I mean, you gotta have air.
Yeah,
Like, I got the whole world. How's there anything out there?
Yeah, interesting if he, you know, decided that, hey, 2,500's a big enough pot already. I've got top here, but there's a couple other hands that potentially could be trying to milk me here. And checks back, but he went with the high variance roll and wanted to maybe get a double up from a worse hand, and unfortunately, he ran right into it.
5,000.
Yeah, I was wondering if the 3/4 on the turn was leaving too much behind to go for the all-in play. Slick Rick, of course, you know, very comfortable putting in the overbet, so perhaps should have seen that coming. But yeah, whether he bets, you know, half pot or anything like that on the end or not, he's gonna get put in his pot. Obviously, check raise, play for it all. Same result either way, I'm sure.
You deserve to. Did you say 5, right?
Brains, maybe.
Huh? 5.
This is a matchless stack game, so we'll see if, you know, now that Ryan's doubled up, if
How do you ever
stacks continue to grow for the other players as they try to chip up.
Yeah, Andrew's awesome. Also, like another Zen Daddy type. Like,
I like that title, Zen Daddy.
yeah, that's what Andrew and Andrew, they both
Yeah.
were Zen Daddies. Like, that's just how they come off.
I guess, yeah, did you see Moreno had a second kid the other day?
I was dead on flop. I was dead on flop with my top.
And I know Christy, how she is. She's like, go win. Like, I know. This is so awesome.
I asked my wife what she would do, and she said, we're staying.
They're talking about Zen Daddies. Aaron, do you know anything about Zen Daddies?
With the baby.
Have not heard that term before, but I think I've caught up on it, I guess.
Yeah.
Broadcaster for poker,
Oh,
and
yeah.
poker player.
Oh,
so
that's
she's,
great.
you know.
Sounds like a title I'd like to have someday, but not there yet.
Isn't ingratiated in poker. I
Sure.
could be like, we're staying, you know, I would
Yeah,
totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
We're staying with the kid. But if you come from the industry, you're kind of like, you gotta win.
8 raises to 150. 9 folds. 10 or 1 folds. 3 folds. 4 calls.
ZeFish gonna defend the straddle here with the 8-5 of diamonds. Heads up against JD on the button, king queen. Neither player connecting with the board in any significant way. A couple of backdoor opportunities for each. Overcards for JD. He will continue for 100. Check call here with the 8-5. Those backdoors good enough for ZeFish to see a turn card. Does add a gut shot. And will brick it. Top pair for JD on the end. But ZeFish gonna go for a little tickle here. Half pot and see if he can take this down. if JD is on something like ace high, maybe ace jack, he's probably just going to have to let this go.
There's a service fee and a processing fee. And a WTF.
There you go. Going to put in the raise.
Raise to 800. CD.
Yeah, recognizing that after the bet flop check turn, rivering top pair, certainly good enough to put a little bit more money in there. ZeFish, had he had something like 2 pair plus, is going to be incentivized to go very large, and so the middling size there definitely good raise.
What's that?
You do a poker in
Good
Vegas?
thing you didn't take any markup on it, all right?
Oh, you do? Okay, for some reason I thought you were in the Bay.
We were in the Bay for a while.
Okay.
And kind of going back and forth.
Do have the $50 straddle on, so
Okay, nice.
these players are looking to juice this game up even more. Like seeing that early on.
And then I have a week off before the series and then
Nice.
summer. So. Living in Paris, 6 weeks.
You play like a full schedule?
Yeah, that's the plan. More than a full schedule, with win included and everything else going on.
Raise to 150. Seat 8.
Good luck. Way too much over there. I've been out for like a week or two during the summer, but like, I'll play a lot of tournaments, and even after like 10 days, I get exhausted. Especially when I'm playing cash, because like, I go out there with this like plan, like I'm gonna hang out with the boys, and then, you know, first day you like
Raise
stuck
to
a little bit,
450. Seat 9.
just play, and then like, next thing you know, I'm just playing like 12 hours a day every day for like 10 days straight. And
Yeah, cash, it takes a lot out of you. More than tournaments in a way.
JD not going to set mine the trays. Gets his 50 ready for the 7-deuce game, but haven't had one since the first hand there.
You can kind of get these like
Bottom
you're like in like full boys, you know,
twos. So you
What's going on, Mark? Mediocre Poker joining us, asking if there's a seat open. Currently is, but I do believe we've got somebody else that's going to be coming in. I think AJ is supposed to be coming in here pretty soon. But send a shout to Mallory if you want to, if you're interested.
like bing, 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 bing. Oh, we rip. Okay.
So yeah,
Out there.
Sad I missed you guys last night in the round of each game here at TCH Dallas. Sounds like it was a fun one.
The case queen, it was the case queen too on the turn, and a scoop, and just broke the game. Like, I mean,
what was that?
And Tara joined in the chat as well. How you doing, Tara? Welcome.
Rip it once, it happened in a matter of like 30 seconds. And the room
Slick Rick defends the straddle and is rewarded with a pair and the best hand.
And I'm like, look, even if we go to a flop, I'm never folding ace queen versus you, and then it's gonna think a queen. You're never folding aces against me. Like, it's getting sucked in. It just happened to be boom, boom, boom.
Check, check, flop.
30 seconds. 3, 4, 5. All in. Rip.
Rick here says, I've got the range advantage, so I'll go ahead and bet. Take it down right now.
Really, when I'm playing cash, I do whatever I want, but like, other than that, I'm like stuck in the
All on the walk away.
especially on the summer, the weekends are like 3 hours long, and just like,
Still in two hands.
where do you
Scott
play?
was like, I never played the last hand. I would have looked at that, I would have folded it.
Mainly, last time I played, I played
Small little pot there, but that's got to feel good after you just got stacked. You know, I always say to myself, you know, 20 more of those hands and I'm right back where I started. The night is young.
Absolutely right. Does feel good to get a little momentum, and particularly in a hand where like the board is pretty nasty looking. Like you have a pair, but you really just want your opponent to fold. And you know, JD in position on you does let it go. You feel especially good about that.
Kings them up a little bit. Like, kings.
I went over the pot if you did, I don't have to flip for it, right?
Four times there.
Flip.
Don't worry, man. You know what? I got lucky a few times. It's coming. It's coming soon.
Slick Rick defends the big lick and
I'm down with that.
go ahead and flop a pair and turn 2 pair.
Hey man, I'm with you.
I hear that. I've heard that.
This guy has been winning.
I always want to go to Cherokee.
You've been doing research.
And on top of that, the guy is coming in big.
Back to back wins for Slick Rick. He'll take it.
I had some traffic too. I know.
Late reg or re-reg?
Start of a heater.
Where's 3-point these days?
Kid's on a heater.
Some say he's been traveling a bunch. Even like his stepson.
He got here a little early today. I saw him out there playing a little 1-2 while he waited, so he may be just getting warmed up.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Randy.
DFS Brat joining the chat. Hey, chat pros.
You got it all in first hand. Ace 5 versus
Welcome,
King.
welcome.
You like 4-bet post flop with just a pair of 5s, and someone picks him off with kings, and then he one time bigs it on the turn. I'm like, oh.
Yeah,
I texted him, and then he did a little dance. I was like, man. I said, Randy, I love watching you just big cards on big hands. I'm like,
That is so
don't mean nothing to
great.
me.
You know what?
Yeah, let's get it in. And then off we go.
You know him? I know he is. Oh, you don't? Yeah.
So fun.
Looks like
Easy peasy there for Benham with the 2 black 7s.
Super nice guy, though.
So
Real
nice.
gentleman.
Yeah. He has a clothing brand, 3-coin over here. He's wearing
Yes,
a hat.
he does.
Yeah, that's what it is. Someone's got some.
To the point when Ryan walked with this bag, I was like, is that a 3-coin bag?
Yeah, I've got a 3-coin bag. Actually, they're making
It's funny. Even when Randy's not here, he's still a topic of conversation. We got the 3-coin gear around, and obviously seen him play on some other live streams recently. So shout out to Randy, Mr. 3-coin, if you're watching.
9 and 1 fold. 3 raises to 100. 4 calls.
Ryan here getting a little bit out of line. 4-deuce suited in the hijack. Gonna raise it up.
6 folds. 7 calls.
And a cascade of calls all the way down. JD not going to get in there with the queen 7 of clubs. And it'll be 4 players to a flop. Jack high with 2 clubs. It is going to be a pair of 4s for Ryan, so he has the best hand and the betting lead, but he is going to check it. Takes it all the way through. 6 of diamonds now on the turn. Diamond flush draw for Carlos. Gut shot straight draw for ZeFish. Pair 4s though still in the lead. And Ryan going to go ahead and take a stab. He's got a bad gut shot as well. 5 comes. And it's not good for him.
Yeah, or Carlos, unless it's the 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, right you are. 3 1/4 here. ZeFish makes the call. Carlos makes the call with arguably the best opportunity to really improve here to the best hand.
Oh.
And what a river this is. It's going to be trip 4s for Ryan and a flush for Carlos. This could be expensive for Ryan, although we'll see how big he bets and if Carlos raises, because you never really quite know how that's going to go. Yeah, it's a big bet from Ryan, so Carlos here just going to make the call. Had Ryan decided to go for something, you know, maybe 650, perhaps Carlos takes a little bit more time to choose his options. But still going to win a nice pot there, profit of 2K, pretty nice.
Absolutely, nice hand there for Carlos.
Your magic pay card.
It does seem that we've gotten our 2x multiplier, whatever was going on there. We've got that
figured out. Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, the totals don't add up, right? Like, there's more money won than there is money lost if you just look at it holistically. So we haven't quite corrected it as far as going back to sort of undo that, but at least it's not doing it anymore.
Yeah, I heard that they have a really great Chicago game.
6 raises to 100. 7 and 8 fold. 9 folds.
Yeah, Chicago game's pretty well known.
Oh really? Yeah. They invited me. I want to go check that game out. Just from playing with them before on the poker string was so fun. It was so wild. You know, they're definitely gonna like put you in anytime they can, which you know it's just it was hurt. If they think,
yeah,
I think
they said some weakness. They're not afraid.
Yeah, maybe they just did see a female and they think weakness, but one of the two they
Ryan is here to gamble. 9-7-0 makes the call. In there with the 6s.
incredible.
And
incredible.
the squeezing King Jack of Hearts, flopping a King High flush draw for Slick Rick.
Bill has said all these nice things about me. It's like
Even afterward, even on Twitter and everything.
I did 3-bet him with Seven-deuce.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Ashton well too.
He's like, now I've got to watch you. Actually, yeah, you saw that.
Saw that
hand,
crazy
the
hand.
crazy hand
Aces,
thing.
8-5.
Yes.
That's too bad.
Because he's just known to
Ryan here seemingly looking interested in making a play.
Just like that, like
he's
random.
he's got the real FU hand. And like, some people have that.
And he is going to 9-7-0, no heart,
And
but plenty of heart in his chest as he is going to make it 15.75 to go. And Slick Rick here is like, cool, is this how we lose another 5K? I just up against the 4 right now.
She said she had planned to fold the last hand no matter what it was. She didn't want to look. She was up huge.
Oh no.
And she had planned, she was like, I didn't even want to look at this hand.
All in.
Rip City.
Seat 6, all in.
And
The look on the face. Oh, man.
I won the stream, no man, because of that guy, Jay White.
Ryan's going to try to save face a little bit, pretend like he has a decision.
Oh, he did that too. He did the
But
same thing to you.
unless we got a misread and he's sitting on something like 7-4 or whatever, yeah, he's folding.
Wow.
Nigh hand. There we go. Slick Rick winning 2,400.
Yeah, I haven't actually met him. We've followed each other, but I hadn't actually met him.
Thank you.
Yeah, great timing there for the King High flush draw. Didn't have a lot of options other than stuff it in because calling, yes, you're in position, but you're still going to brick the turn a lot. And if your opponent is bluffing, then they just get to rip it in your face, and you just have to fold. So, like the idea there, to stuff it all in. You've got plenty of equity. You have one overcard to the board. Yeah,
Texas hospitality.
Seat 4 raises to 150.
Take him to some barbecue first.
Yeah.
Seat 5 calls.
I was like, this guy flopped the 4 again.
6 folds. Add 7 folds.
You wish, huh?
Carlos, we're going to tell you no chatting till you play a hand. So you're going to have to come get onto the felt and play with these guys. Bring your 5K and probably at least another 10 in case you get busted out. So
That's right. She's already taken down a couple of hands. So
yeah. So we will time you out if you don't come play.
1 call.
It wasn't open, correct? It wasn't a restraddle.
Straddle.
Okay, yeah, that's what
And 3 calls.
all right. A lot of suited connectors, and Carlos in the lead here with the ace-10 pre-flop. Ooh, dangerous board for Carlos's hand.
9 and 1.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Everybody with a piece. PokerMomma here, gut shot, backdoor flush draw is sort of the weakest of them all, but everyone else has at least a pair, if not a strong draw, or 2 pair.
5 calls.
And this is going to be really interesting when it gets back to Benham.
9 folds.
PokerMomma's out of there. And Ryan is sort of, I think, going to luck out here, as I presume that Benham is not going to allow this to continue.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he's going to ship it in there for a massive overbet, but it does make sense, right? He's basically going to say to everyone else, like, look, I've got it right now. I don't really care about, playing a turn and river. Just fold your hands because you're behind, and I'm letting you know that you're behind.
I heard that private game is like very tight though.
Massive,
Yeah,
massive bet.
he gets the top to just like turn over a 10 and fold. So that's a big win actually for Benham. Bottom 2 pair with a draw heavy sort of texture like that. Just get everyone out of there. Sure, take your 1,500.
I mean, I'm not a content.
Yeah, curious if you think the full all-in was necessary there or not, with the 450 being the bet that he was facing.
I can make a good compilation.
Make some compilation videos.
I can make a good compilation for that.
He had a great push run.
All right, Carlos. Well, we look forward to having you back. In the meantime, I think we can take a look at the beat pips, and I'm pretty sure PokerMomma will not be at the bottom of it. So
7 raises to 150.
there's that.
Never beat you, though.
You have before with A7, you remember last?
Even a broken
8
clock
raises
twice.
to 450. 9 and 1 fold.
You remember last week?
All right, JD gonna 3-bet in position here on the button. King Jack O. Over and around to Ryan under the gun. First straddle.
Better go.
I wear a diaper to this game.
450.
And he's just going to call, not going to squeeze from the blind.
You read me perfectly for me.
Ryan is in there, and no, he's not. He's out of there. Sorry. 9-5, not good enough. All right, 9 high flop. Couple of hearts.
Oh, he's got the glasses on now?
Ace 10 is ahead. Has a heart and a club.
Free check.
Spritz with the €50 super chat, all the way from Germany, I believe. Thank you, Spritz.
Free check.
Both players with a big heart here. Could see some interesting attacks. Ryan here, still with the best of it. 2 overcards and
8 bet 700.
the ace of hearts. JD makes it 700 to go in position. And this is, you know, 2/3 sizing, thereabouts, not quite 3/4. Ryan is going to check and call out of position here, and a heart on the river would be amazingly nasty, but it's a 10. The ace 10 just gets stronger. JD here with a full-blown nothing burger, 2,500 in the middle, stacked pot ratio, a little over 2. Ryan checks it once again. JD here has got to know he's never winning this with a king-high check back. Does he give it up, or does he get after it? Ooh, one more peek at the cards. And a give up.
JD's peeking at that ace of hearts, saying, "Thank you, poker gods." Yeah, thanks again, Spritz, for the super chat. He says, "Let's go, Team Benham."
Straddle, C5.
You guys were talking about Chewy earlier. He probably doesn't even remember me, but I met him over COVID.
Yeah, Benham off to a good start. Won the opening PLO flip, and just picked up a pot a moment ago. So initial buy-in of 5K, up well over that. I think he's on 7K plus.
No, he knew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we played in a server with
150, 8 folds, 9 folds.
Yeah, nice to see the new player bringing a lot of new viewers and folks that are in the chat. So Brian's got some fans, and he's providing some action already. So we love to see it. That's how you get invited back for sure.
Landon Tice.
Yeah, but in this group, Landon wasn't in that one. But yeah, which server did you?
I was mainly like there was like a Landon Tice server that was landing a bunch of
Yeah, okay, in the
other
Landon
guys,
server.
and then we would sometimes mix with that group.
There was a bunch of like
Landing people where we needed people like Joe McKee was very, very good. Steve was very, very good.
Yes, they're super good.
Drew joining the super chat crew. Thank you very much for that. Also on Team Omaha, Brian. All right, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
One case, right?
Oh, I moved over
So
to
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Veronica's server.
Omaha Brian gonna defend the hijack open. Ace 8-0. So the king 9 of spades was no fluke. He is ready to get in there and battle.
We played
This time he'll be in position, but with a pretty dusty hand, and he gets an ace-high board. This is dangerous.
I'm gonna check in from time to time. But yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, you probably played the guy Venom quite a lot.
Oh yeah, Venom. Another. It's like a lot of poker players, really.
Yeah, it was all poker players.
It's all poker players, yeah. Which is so cool. I think it's like another way we're doing our own mega mind shit that we like to do. You know, it's like.
I don't even got mixed with like Duck Polk's crew.
You know, I played with Duck Polk once.
Yeah, I played against Duck Polk and stuff like that. Good time.
Yeah.
Pretty nasty river here. It is another spade, but oh, and ZeFish is gonna check it. I thought he was gonna bet here, but Omaha Brian with 2-pair king kicking. Yeah, just gonna check this back, and no more money for ZeFish.
Very, very disciplined and intuitive check back there for Brian.
Outside of that, like online, it was fun.
Yeah.
Got those spidey senses going.
Living on Discord, you know.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where like the second card has paired, a flush draw has come in. You're not playing a kicker other than the king on board. Like you bet, and your sort of best case scenario is either they call and you drop, or they fold and you win, but you had the best hand anyways. And so then it's like there are no good options here. There's no bet, get called by worse, and like fist pump as you drag the pot. Like that doesn't exist at this point.
You're not getting overcalled by 10s or 9s or something there.
Yeah.
This card is broken, by the way. That's good. We're gonna need to.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, it's massive.
Did you mark the cards again?
What?
Marking the cards again?
150, seat 9.
You got
It's in,
busted.
blue
She's
deck.
got good eyes, better than mine.
1, 2, 3 fold.
She said she got a defect on the card.
It's actually sliced.
Yeah.
That's how he does it.
Yep.
Ah. Coke
Seat
nails?
6 calls.
Separate them.
Heads up.
Slick Rick defending from the straddle with the dusty 6-4, gets the most disconnected board he could ever dream of. PokerMomma though with a pair is going to continue. And now we will address the broken card issue here. These are going to be a little bit thicker, a little bit more rigid cards than your normal deck of playing cards, just because of the RFID cards required. So we'll go ahead and get that sorted out.
It is not a 7 and it is not a heart.
Well, that just.
We'll play with a new deck.
I did that on purpose.
Yeah, I don't know the cost of those, but those RFID chipped cards cannot be cheap.
You want to flip? How much?
Yeah, so RF Poker makes their own cards, or sort of has had their own cards manufactured, and they're substantially more affordable than some of the other brands. There's a number of brands that make the RFID cards, and yeah, these ones are much more affordable, but still, you're talking about much more than you would spend on just a regular deck.
Tilt flip.
Mediocre Poker saying that seat 7 kind of looks like he could be me. Well,
Another flip.
white guy, ball cap, beard.
Rick, anything on the side?
You got it, buddy. I think what you're saying is he's a good-looking son of a gun.
Thank you.
But we're enjoying having him here, minus the Las Vegas Knights hat he's wearing, as they are currently in battle against our Dallas Stars.
You have a pair. You have a pair.
Speaking of PLO, they're going to go ahead and do another flip with this new deck.
3/8 over here.
You got a pair.
3/8 for PokerMomma.
I have an open
You
ender.
got a wrapper. Oh, yeah.
Can we get another card?
I'll allow it.
You got it?
Sixes.
Sixes are good right now. I need, what do I need?
8 or 10 or
8.
And they must have some side action.
Golly.
No.
Nope.
Sixes scoop.
Yeah.
Wow. Scoopy.
Scooby.
Good start to flipping.
Thank you.
They did a side cut for 500.
Do a flip and even attack.
No, they
Fred
did a
chiming
side
in,
cut.
saying those cards are about 600 for a 4-pack. So yeah, those are not your bicycle pack of cards or your
Yes.
cheap Harley Davidson ones you get at a stand somewhere in Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's sort of had a different experience with how much they think they cost based on which brand you go with. But I don't know. I am not in charge of buying them myself, so I don't actually know the exact price. But
we're getting all the prices coming in.
Yeah, we're getting. I mean, well, shit. You know, bring it to the people and find a better deal.
Absolutely.
Renegotiate the contract here with RF Poker. I don't know.
Brian's definitely getting after it today. 3-betting with the 10-8 off.
One checks.
Okay.
3 bets 350. 1 fold.
Takes it down.
Outside of the 1100, are there other events prior to the main?
Oh yeah, they've been going on. A bunch of prelims. Yeah.
Okay, cool. More though this week before it main starts?
Yeah, well.
Straddle, seat 8.
The main one that we'll play is the 1100.
Yeah.
Because I think they have a flight Wednesday and Thursday. But yeah, they have like a nightly, and then they usually have like a $400
C8
event.
is adding 2,000.
Yeah. Then they'll have the finale. Sometimes they have like a twilight that starts.
We had a good final table that finished last night on the even bigger one that we run here in Dallas. And of course, there's a lot of folks going up to Choctaw for these events this weekend. You guys feel free to chime in if you played this weekend in the even bigger one, or if you're heading up to Choctaw. Good luck to everybody that's going to be playing.
Leaving it open whether I'll be able to play Hustlers on
Because you know I'm a shit player, you only get shit in hand.
Because that would be
and you're just doing this because
POC. So
because what?
I'll be there that week, that
Hold on,
Monday
I've got a hand.
Friday or whatever. What about you?
I'm gonna go
100, seat 5.
on the 17th. I'm gonna be in Vegas till 17th, so I'm just gonna go fly straight there.
JD here, pair and a diamond. Gonna go ahead and make the call. He does currently have the best hand, but is not a statistical favorite. Now it's a statistical coin flip.
Does it?
Carlos will continue betting.
Yeah.
It's like 5,100 games.
JD is gonna make the call here.
I mean, I'm down there. Like,
Probably putting him on the exact hand that he's holding.
if I can get on Hustler, I'll be on.
Something very similar to it, certainly.
Yeah.
Checky, JD will show down the winner.
Yeah, that's right.
Got him.
22nd, day 1.
He said, got him.
With the diamond today.
Unbelievable.
I have
not
a diamond.
Wednesday yet. I don't know.
This is outrageous.
Did you get the email that they sent?
I did not. I had somebody forward it to me.
Okay.
I think I hadn't approved them to send me stuff or something. I don't know, but yeah, I never got that email, but someone did forward it.
Just like that, JD's up a cool $1,000.
On Monday, so I was trying to figure out, should I stay on towards the Hustlers, or should I try to search? Oh, Commerce is sold out. So, yeah.
I told Mallory
So I
yesterday,
did
no
look,
show.
was
None
trying to
of
look, and
John
it
was
looked like
asking.
they were.
Is it sold out? I booked
They've got a
You
waiting
did?
list.
Okay, well maybe I'm wrong. With the deal? With the deal that they had? Okay, well then
Are you in the TC?
Yeah, we do normally have a waiting list to get on this table, so when there is a seat available, those are usually going to the folks that are on that list, and we'll put Mallory's info up here in just a minute, let you know how to get in on that.
Say it was hard.
6 calls.
Yes.
7 calls.
That was sick.
8
That was sick.
3 players.
I don't like it when people call me son run. Let's run good. Gotta shut him up.
6 and
I
7.
remember last time you were here,
4 checks.
everybody kept saying like, "You gonna play the limits event?" And you were very like, "No, it was an open field event." And then, like the next person would like show up because like people were showing up and they'd be like, "Was it a women's
7
event?"
hearts
You're
on the turn,
no.
correct?
It's just like,
25, 4 folds.
no, they're both open events. I
know.
rarely even play ladies.
I know. They were just they were trying to be like nice, but yeah, they were just like subtly being like a little. I know.
Brian takes a stab at it there with his open ender and gets the smaller pairs to fold.
But it's like, because I am so used to getting, did your boyfriend coach you? Like, oh, did you win a ladies event? That I just get a little like,
I am.
excuse me.
Straddle, seat 1.
That I have onto myself.
It is a different experience for a woman in poker, that is for sure.
We want to play a ladies event for content. How we get canceled.
You're pretty enough, though, Eric.
Uh-oh, about to see Eric start blushing. PokerMomma's calling him pretty.
You play a ladies event, you get canceled. Wolfgang puts his like impressions and he's gonna get canceled.
Seat 6 calls. Thank you.
Cooper there doing his work to get that deck sorted out. We'll be back and ready to go with that one on our next dealer change. PokerMomma here from the first straddle, going to come in with Queen 7 of hearts, and Venom here gets to close the act. We're going to go Bompot style 6 ways.
Here we go. Texas, heads up, baby.
You can't tell him that you were actually thinking, please don't, all right?
Well, I called right here. Do you think I wanted to?
7, 9,
We're all thinking it, but don't acknowledge it, all right? Or he's going to do it next time. And then we're all sitting there going, please don't.
6 checks. Checks round.
All right, checks all the way through, and a 6 now on the turn. Venom picking up a pair. Gut shot for Ryan and PokerMomma, and a bad gut shot for Omaha Brian.
50. 1 fold.
PokerMomma here, top pair, gut shot.
3 and 4.
Time to bet.
6
No
folds.
takers.
That easy?
Easy game. Really easy.
All of those pairs, and nobody hits a set.
Good ranges here.
Thank you.
Queen 7, the nuts.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
It's pretty funny that we saw the 7-deuce on the very first hand of the game being on, and we haven't seen one since.
And we had almost piles going in on that hand too. That was almost a really fun one.
The online.
Oh, it was still a fun one. We
Oh,
had
it was.
King 9 win the damn hand. That
That's
was
my
amazing.
favorite hand of the night, 100%.
Yeah.
I belong in business school.
I tried from Houston.
All right. Hopefully, I've just channeled 7-deuce into someone's hand.
That's right.
This
Like
pass.
like the final.
Yeah, like the
They
second
banned one.
in chips.
They had known
DFS
about it.
Brat saying that he jumped in on the tournament and just missed day 2 on Saturday.
Got all the chips.
7 raises. Excuse me, 6 raises.
Looking forward to playing some more of these myself. I made day 2, but busted out really quickly, unfortunately.
It's like, I feel like they want to kind of pretend like they want to do something, like kind of do
heads up.
stuff and like ban some of them, so it really looks like they're trying, but they don't want to like take care of the actual whole problem because it's a lot of
4
money.
checks. 6 bets 500.
Play much online?
I did during the pandemic. I played a ton online.
ACR mostly?
Yeah. And then when I was in the Thirst Lounge, we lived in the Virgin Islands, and I played on Party and Party Poker. Yeah, we play on other sites as well, like Party.
Slick Rick with continued aggression. We'll take it down.
There you go, Slick Rick. Jay Stevens jumping in the chat trying to help us out, saying we need some more likes. Go over and smash that like button, you couch lizards.
Software has to be upgraded as a result. Michigan has.
Thanks for that, Jay Stevens. Yeah, thank y'all for tuning in. Got several ways to stream now, and got 271 folks joining us at the moment. So if you are on the YouTube, head on over and smash that like button and hit subscribe.
Like GG and other.
You can watch all of the live streams from Austin to Houston to Rio Grande Valley, and of course Tuesday night. Join Aaron and I every Tuesday night here for TCH Dallas.
993 folds, 4 calls, 150. Heads up.
ZeFish going to defend the 8-5 suited. And what a flop it is. Top 2 out of the big blind. top.
Wow.
Omaha Brian. And this one could get very expensive very quickly, as I presume ZeFish will have nothing but check raises here. And Omaha Brian, without having an overcard and having an 8, is going to have a really strong holding. Oh, ZeFish just going to check call here.
Oh my goodness. What a turn card, Aaron.
Wow.
Oh.
ZeFish goes from putting Brian in the basement to reversing the rolls, and now it's real nasty for ZeFish.
Oh yeah, he's begging. I hope my opponent has an ace.
7 bets 500.
There's a lot of draws, there's flopped straights, there's a lot going on with this board texture, given the club heart with the ace. And yeah, ZeFish is now going to sort of spring the trap on himself. Wow, Brian wastes no time at all going all in. And now ZeFish is like, wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, going twice.
First time's for 7-deuce. I know so far. So.
All right, ZeFish here needs a 5 and a 5 only. Doesn't get it.
You have 2 pair? Oh shit, you're ahead. Nice one.
PokerMomma accurately describing the situation. That is a cooler. ZeFish going to go down to the felt, as Omaha Brian had him covered by about 500. And yeah, that's a tough one to swallow. Flop best. And it all goes down the exact same way if ZeFish check raises the flop, because Brian will go nowhere, makes the call, picks up the ace on the turn, and all the money goes in. So that's just the way it is.
Derek is doing a little chip inventory just to make sure they get that right.
Well, while we're getting the countdown here, we got a question from DFS Brat. The TCH Social anniversary is indeed coming up, and there you can see the information on your screen. No tournament for it, but all sorts of cool things. We've got a new food and drink menu coming to Las Colinas, so come on down, check out free samples all day on May 3rd. There's going to be merchandise giveaways, food and drink specials to go along with those free samples, half-price appetizers from 5 to 8 p.m., which is pretty amazing, and a fantastic complimentary champagne toast at 7 p.m. to commemorate the occasion. So if you're around the Dallas area, come on down, hang out at TCH Social on May 3rd here in just a couple of days. Look forward to seeing you all there in the club.
Yeah, it's going to be cool stuff. We'll let you know if something changes within the next couple days, but so far, no tournament advertised on the website, but a lot of cool giveaways, which we don't do enough. So excited to be doing some splash pots and some merchandise giveaways for that occasion. Excited to have that TCH Las Colinas location hit the 1-year anniversary.
Dr. Brown and Handsome Andy joining us in the chat. What's up, y'all? Welcome.
Welcome, welcome. What's going on, Andy?
Open from Slick Rick, King Queen O. Omaha Brian makes the flat call. Venom squeezes out of the small blind, and he'll take it down. Nice play with the 8.
You say 2 8s?
You're a quarter, right? You were just so good.
All right, straddle, seat 6.
We can put it in mine.
Well, I'll be damned. We're going to have to eat our words for a minute. PokerMomma is at the bottom of the VPIP list so far at 21%. ZeFish up top with Slick Rick at 46%.
Those are tasty words.
tasty words.
They are hards, though. Got to be careful how you chew them.
Chip a tooth on those hard words.
That's right.
a little bit today.
All right, open from JD, Jack 10 suited, another beautiful hand. Queen Jack suited for Ryan, just going to make the call from the small blind. That'll bring Carlos along, and Slick Rick here getting a pretty decent price. His hand is super dusty, but, you know, he could always flop a straight or some sort of two-pair combination, so he'll make the call. And he will do none of those things as it comes ace-10 for rainbow flop. Pair of 10s for JD, and Carlos with the top pair middling kicker in the lead.
Got the king of diamonds one time, Derek. It is a diamond.
Six of diamonds actually quite spicy here as Slick Rick going to pick up the up and downer. JD the flush draw.
And a non-diamond 8, obviously, that Carlos has in his hand, but would be a bad card for him as well. So action, here we go.
Interesting that Carlos is continuing to check here. Definitely going to be doing this as, you know, more of a trap with no kicker in hand. But when it checks through on the flop, you really don't expect there to be many other aces out there. So you're not really worried about losing to ace-9 or ace-jack or something. Does decide to just check it. Slick Rick will bet his picked up draw. JD calls, and Ryan, who flopped a gut shot to Broadway, is, I don't know if he's getting the right price to continue with a call, but potentially thinking about putting in a raise. But he does settle on fold.
5 calls.
Carlos will call with the best hand at the moment, and 3 players to a river, 5 of clubs. Does not improve anyone enough to take down Carlos.
No, absolutely not. I'd like to be about, like, I'll do the Millie Maker, the Monster Stack.
How big bill?
Well, that are like, I would do like the 5.
All right, Danny Mark's joining us in the chat. What's going on, man? Welcome.
Oh, Danny, give yourself credit. I already gave you a shout out in the room, but you did great last night.
During the win?
Really enjoyed it.
I brought him out and we
nice.
like went and saw the Ren Lin magic show. We went to the Spear show.
Wait, which magic show?
Did I say Ren Lin?
Did you say Ren Lin?
All right, Slick Rick here makes it 1,200 to go. 1,200 into 15.
Lady Gaga.
And Carlos, who has slow played the top pair this whole way down, does also block the 7-8 straight.
And what ages is that? Is that good for?
All like I would say.
The kids are 5 and 3.
This is a bet into multiple opponents, so you tend to give Slick Rick a little bit more credit.
My son loved it.
And he will give him enough credit to fold.
He says I had it. Shows the 5.
Really.
All right, that's the second person saying my doppelganger is in seat 7. Aaron, do you agree? Does Omaha Brian resemble?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll take it. He's a handsome feller, and he's a good poker player too, so I'll take it.
Hey, now, you know, let's not take it too far.
Let's not take it too far.
No, but we should you know, we should get you in on this game one time. That'd be fun, huh?
Absolutely. Let me keep building that bankroll. Shout out to Victoria, Miss VV. The lovely VV is in the chat as well, sending us her love. He's probably out there grinding as we speak.
He was a big BattleBots fan.
At the poker table, I mean.
In Vegas, he's like, I want to see the BattleBots. They have like a show out there. It's like a little bit off.
Oh yeah, I wanted to see that too.
Yeah.
He likes that too.
It's good. It'd be good for kids. Like it's like.
I may have to go back and watch some of last night's stream, Danny. There was some words you said that weren't in my vernacular, so I'm gonna do some learning myself.
They have a show that's gonna run like most of the time, you know. So it's like they have like basically a couple guys who like are like the drivers, and they have like actors who are like playing like the leads of the team. Some of it's like kind of like corny, like we saw like 3 fights. Yeah, we saw like 5 fights, but like the first 3 were like WWE. Like there's like a foil, there's like a bad guy comes out, he's like fucking smack.
Flop gut shot to Broadway for Benham. Top pair no kicker for Ryan, and he will bet it.
The last 2 were like actual like prelim fights. So they were actual teams like competing, and then afterwards you get to like talk to the engineers. And stuff, which is actually really cool too.
That's MGM?
No, it's like a separate thing, but it's like behind. It's on that side.
I think I've seen it. It's like a big like warehouse.
Yeah.
Check call from Benham.
They say when they actually do the actual like recording, which they'll actually record the show there. Like they're gonna do all recording.
Mystery turn here. There we go. 9 of hearts.
The actual event. So I think on recording day, you'll be like looking at it, it'll be like really cool. They have like good stands and like stuff like So.
River 3 pair here for Ryan Benham on just the king high.
I did go, yeah. And I went to the one here, the Meow Wolf.
There's a Meow Wolf here. Okay.
Yeah.
Ryan might be having flashbacks from his previous ace-4 holding. He's going to try to get some value here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a different situation, as the 10 is a very relevant card for Benham to have. So any 10 is going to be basically the same 10, since there's a pair of 9s and an ace on board. So definitely can try to charge them, and he does go for the chunkier size here. 775, going to really size this up. Of course, Benham can't call with the nut no pair.
And it's a freeze out, which is nice. There's not a lot of
Ryan takes it down.
big freeze out.
Nice hand. Battle of the 3 coin
That'll
hats.
be great for you. That's perfect for you. My birthday's on the 30th, so
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna
You won't
have
be in town yet.
No, I'm gonna do a little family lake house action thing.
There you go.
So actually in Durant, where we're going,
Okay.
my family has a lake house there.
Oh,
So
wow.
they're all gonna come, and we do like boating, short, we do all kinds of water sports. We're gonna do like a big
Put them in the Rolodex.
seafood boil and Memorial Day celebration, birthday stuff.
Great.
And then I'll come out.
Raise to 150, seat 1. 3, 4, 5 all fold. 6 fold. Seven calls.
Johnson's coming to take a seat.
8 raises to 750. One fold.
What Brian wants to do here with a pair of 5s, he's been 3-bet by JD with the 7-deuce. As we've said before, they do have the 7-deuce game going.
I don't know, man. I draw it again. Funny. Last time it was good, this time it's no good.
Hate it when that happens.
You got 2/3. Somebody has 2/3.
Lie to the man, come on.
Interesting flop here. Brian has shown a tendency to be quite sticky, and with just one overcard, the pocket 5 is going to be quite strong.
There's only one man that
Bet a 500 in a call, 6 on the turn. Not the scariest card, as JD here, very unlikely to continue betting if he had a 6.
I don't know if anyone
Turn.
Yeah, same. It's hard for me to bluff there. I think it's a good fold.
Poker Face Ash joining us in the chat, cheering on Casey.
Heck yeah.
Welcome to the stream.
Welcome, Ash. Your face is missed around here.
JD here lining up a second shell. And a chunky one it is. 2,600 in the middle makes it 1,600 to go. 1,800. My apologies.
Yeah, and Brian is really looking JD up here.
But that's exactly what I was thinking. There's no way he's going to blow.
See if Brian can pick up a read here, as the pocket 5s definitely not hating the flop, but the big size on the turn with the front door spades out there, doesn't have a spade in hand. And yeah, he's mad dogging JD pretty hard here from one seat over.
Last week?
Yeah. Take my money. All right. Oh, no. Just in case.
Giving up a little bit of uncomfortable tell, perhaps, but he does make the call. And JD now, with less than pot behind,
It was a bluff catcher at that point.
is going to miss the river. Needed a 7.
7 checks.
Brian will check once more.
Yeah, JD's got to go for it.
It looked like he had it.
Yeah, but this is one of those spots where, like, the front door spades missed. And so you don't have a spade, but you kind of really need your opponent to have spades. Something like 7-8 of spades or just something. I mean, even that I guess you could chop with. Who knows? It's just... Yeah, JD is going to go for it. Nothing going to deter him from trying to win with the 7-deuce here.
He says, I should have watched some of these prior streams. This is going to be a sick call if he's able to figure this out.
Oh, this will be absolutely savage. Next level if he calls with 5s here. The queen, not the most relevant card, but it's a possibility that JD sort of takes this line with something like queen 10, king queen of spades, gets there, right? Of course, it's only a couple of combinations.
Yeah, and you just hate paying a player off if they got lucky on you, but you know, you could tell he just wants to be right, wants to go with his gut. I mean, to me, it's just sick that he's even thinking about this for this amount of money. So kudos to Brian here. This is awesome.
Yeah, it's nice that he doesn't block the spade, but it's also kind of a little bit awkward having the... I mean, he's probably not going to be getting 3-bet by a lot of 5x combos.
Oh, he makes the call! Oh, wow.
And that is the second time tonight that we have gotten that look off of Slick Rick's face from his new opponent on the left. He did it with the king, whatever the hell it was, king 9.
Omaha Brian is in the building, folks. Wowzers.
Yeah, makes the call with the 5s. It is correct.
God, and you know that feels good.
Oh yeah, drop a deuce in the chat if you love what you just saw there from Omaha Brian, making the huge, amazing hero call against our sort of hometown hero JD here, who is never shy about making those plays, but he just got looked up in a big way.
I'm in the booth, but I'm dropping a deuce in the chat right now after seeing that one.
99.50.
That was pretty spicy. That is for sure.
Wowzers.
Yeah, thank you.
Columbia Bound just joined to see that call.
You guys think we should turn the net game on?
Sicko mode for sure.
Yeah, it seems so
activated.
Spicy, right? We're so not spicy at all, right?
If you watch
All right, guys, this is my last hand.
Nice to meet you. I'll be back in Houston. You'll never see me
next time.
Yeah.
Too good, too good.
9 fold, 1 fold.
Jacob B asks, how often does JD get felted? I can think of 2 or 3 times, and I've been watching him for about 3 years, so not often on the stream.
Look at all the fun OFC prevented from last week. Man. All right, he can't be invited back anymore.
What do you mean? What happened?
We can't turn this off like that. Yeah. Were you here last week? No. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
You're welcome for the invite, Brian.
Yeah, last week was fun.
Big five?
Ooh, yeah, we played some big ones last week.
Thank you. This is fun.
It got spicy.
I played a lot.
Yeah, it was a little too soon for him, all right? He was
Never invited me.
deep in the red.
3 and 4.
He hasn't got around to making the vlog about that, you know.
Carlos going to do what Carlos do, limp back from the cutoff.
You guys did.
Oh, thank God. He said he had.
Raises
No, I'm not. No, I said I wish I'd. I wish. You always say, what's the truth?
Rick got a
I
pretty
thought you
ace
said
10
I
of
watched
hearts.
a few of these
You've been on
streams.
before. Yeah. Enough.
9
I
and
thought,
1 fold.
I
yeah,
think you're capable of. I hate money enough.
5
Barely.
call.
3 streets.
very
We're
capable.
sick ass. You just gotta know who's a sick ass. You figure it out. Most people at this table are sick ass.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
That's true.
Yeah, tricky here for Carlos.
5 checks.
1 overcard, doesn't have a heart though, so that could save him.
200.
But for 200 only, I presume he's not going to fold yet.
No,
And
he's going
indeed,
to
he's
raise.
gonna raise. This is very curious. Slick Rick is thinking of Las Vegas and the effing Mirage here. He's like, oh my god, if you flop to flush, I'm gonna get you for everything. Unless you
action.
have 7, 8 of hearts or something stupid.
Yeah, action killer there.
And by action killer, you mean, of course, take the jacks and keep hammering away.
Keep hammering away with no heart in your hand and a pair of jacks.
Yeah, now Slick Rick is like, okay, you literally must have flopped like the king high flush and are gonna just keep blasting. So, of course, we just call once again. I mean, we have the ace high flush. There's literally nothing that we're really that afraid of, except for now the 3 or the 8 of hearts. But Carlos quickly shuts it down with a check. 4,200 in the middle on the end. And Slick Rick, who has taken some nasty beats, may just be thinking about a 3 or an 8 of hearts wrecking his world, but of course you have to bet.
C6 is all in.
And it goes all in for the over bet.
Flop the nuts, and then they only, you know, have like the third nuts by the river.
Then he has the third nuts by the time it comes out. Yeah, that's a sick feeling when you've had a couple of really nasty sessions. But he still went with it.
I mean, really the 4th nuts, I suppose. You could add, you know, the 8-4 of hearts or whatever it would have been. But yeah, no, they're definitely a spicy spot to go for it all as well. But Slick Rick has he's sort of created a dynamic for himself. Like, he's the guy that goes big or goes home, and so people are going to be like, okay, he's either bluffing or he has it. But you know, we don't need to mix in any middling sizes. We don't need any try to milk them for a little bit when they've got a middling flush, or worry about scaring away someone like Carlos. You just go big all the time.
Columbia bound with some nice words. Says TCH never disappoints. Last stream I watched was the 40K chop 5 ways. Now some sick calls. The seatbelt is on. Amen. Take me to Columbia with you, by the way. Glad you're tuning in.
Fold. Alright, 6 accepted the bet. Thank you.
Just make it clean one time for me, you know? Just no more hearts.
Brown.
Yeah, he could have had the 8 of hearts. It's not probably going. Yeah. Yeah, the 3 as well.
That was the third time.
Ace
I was
3
like, I don't even know. Do you go for it with an ace of hearts? I don't know. I mean, like, yeah.
I didn't have a single heart, actually.
There's not very many on left.
They might get that card reader. We might have them.
There's not very many on left.
There goes Carlos.
I hope so. Just make it look wild.
This one might work out for him, though, as Slick Rick is going to wake up with the 7-deuce and open that up.
Yeah, this one is going to work out real well, at least pre-flop.
9 folds.
Oh, wow.
1 raises. Total of 850. 3 and 4 folds.
Slick Rick here may be getting bailed out of trying to make this happen with the 7-deuce. As one of the unspoken sort of tricks of the trade of playing the 7-deuce game is knowing when to sort of abandon ship and get away from the 7-deuce when you're very unlikely to sort of push your opponents out. Now, he's getting a price that, you know, normally if you had something just like ace-jack suited or whatnot, you'd be like, yeah, 3-bet and a like limp call in between feels kind of bad, but like the price is probably good enough. 7-deuce, like you're just never feeling good about improving your hand, so you just get out of there. Good fold from Rig. And an interesting flop here, ace high, betting a call for 400. Two-tone board now on the turn. Both players probably going to be happy to just, check through to a river. Certainly Benham going to take that route. We never can be too sure if Carlos is going to bet or not, and he is going to put 1,000 out there with the best hand. And gets called.
Wow.
By Benham. This is working out brilliantly for Carlos. Nearly 5K in the middle. And no 10 on the river. It is a club. And another overcard for Benham. Carlos will show down the winner. 48.80 coming his way. Let's go.
Yeah, it wasn't
12K.
Wasn't sure if he was going to get blown off of that hand or not with you know, the ace on the flop, which is what you're always trying to avoid when you just flat there. But it works out well for him, and he takes down a nice pot.
Thank you.
Bobby Fillet joining us in the chat says, "Let's go Slick Rick." And Jay Stevens wants to know if Slick is almost even.
Yes,
he's not. Okay, it shows him as being over even, and no, I guess he is, because he was in for the original 5K, went down to the felt, and is bounced back from that. So he is.
Got a little something to go.
No, either you don't like him or you detest him. It's nothing.
All right, everybody saw Brian play the King 9 of Spades earlier. PokerMomma has her chime to shine with the King 9. Here we go, 150 on the button. Benham with 2 9s out of the small blind. Goes for a small squeeze size, 3 1/3.
I mean, somebody could bluff those guys off. I don't know if you could bluff those guys off. You find them at the river, you know, that'd be scary.
And given this small size in position here for PokerMomma, she is really kind of being given a price to continue. A lot of times you take these King 9 suiteds, put them into your 3-betting range, or your squeezing range, rather. I guess she just really opened. But yeah, she's just going to let it go. I was going to say, a lot of times you like those in your 3-betting range to, you know, just be able to fold them easily before she's opening and then getting a decent price in position. But yeah. River Rat wants to know when the Bad Beat jackpot will be available. I don't have the inside information on that. Perhaps Eric can chime in on that, but we're all ready for that to come back. That is for sure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, I do.
We would love that to happen.
And then Columbia Bound says, "Do you think he has to bet the river with 10-10 if he calls the turn?" I guess we're talking about the
Queen's hand there, yeah.
Yeah, the Queen's hand. Does he have to bet the river when the club comes in? It's a jack of clubs. I don't know. That one's weird. Anytime you have a pocket pair that really can't improve against the board, if your opponent has you dead, you know, with like an ace. Okay, certainly not dead, but like your chances of improving are so slim. It pretty much any time is a reasonable time to bluff with it. So it's possible the river club comes in and you just donk lead into Carlos and see if he'll fold. But if you're going to do that with 10s, are you going to do that with all of your pocket pairs? Like,
it was so bad. He was trying
I don't know.
so hard.
It's an interesting spot to try to analyze from the perspective of like, how many hands am I going to bluff with here versus how many hands am I going to have for value that donk lead the river. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he would have had to have a really good read on Carlos and read him as very weak to get him off that hand.
He was in the house of pains. It was really bad.
But
yeah, nice, but he was in
had
the
some
house
showdown
of
value with the 2 10s there.
Raising 300 pre every time and then having to play it out.
Valiantus, if I'm saying that correctly, wants to know what the minimum buy-in was. It was 2,500, I believe, or 2,000 perhaps, but everyone here is sitting with substantially more than that.
He was so like cool about it.
Yeah, everybody bought in tonight for 5,000, but I think, like Aaron said, it was right around 2,500 was the min there.
He was just smiling back at it like, yeah, it kind of sucks. Like, yeah,
No, it was like to a point
All right,
where
both
I
of
was
these
like,
players with a heart. The pair
He was
of threes
definitely-
still best
he was
at the
that
moment.
point
Omaha Brian 2 overs and a
That's
gut shot to
570.
Broadway to go with his superior flush draw. But Benham is going to bet, and this is a scenario that makes a lot more sense. I'm not saying that the pocket tens shouldn't be used as a bluff, but certainly pocket threes here, right? Like, you can have the best hand to where you're technically betting for value, but if you get your opponent to fold something like ace jack with a jack of hearts, that's an incredible win for you. You take all the money, you deny all that equity. It's really just an amazing situation.
We're playing very small, very tight.
Yes.
No action today, man.
No action. It's kind of boring.
I'm Brian.
hey, Ryan, that's John.
That's JD's daddy.
John.
So we thought we were going to get AJ, but it's going to be John instead.
Did you guys hear what Ryan just said as he's introduced the new player Brian to John, who's sitting down in seat 2? He said that's Brian, also known as JD's dad. So the needles are starting. Just 37 hands in. Let's go.
I do think he should have said his daddy.
His daddy, exactly.
Yeah.
Especially since
either way.
JD goes by Joe Daddy sometimes, you know?
Exactly.
That is Joe Daddy's daddy.
Start with 5. Okay, 5,000 started.
We all know from being on the part of this stream for a while, that doesn't happen often, so enjoy it while it lasts, Brian.
7 on the river one time.
Yeah, that was an incredible call.
Really was.
Ryan has certainly shown himself to be a player that does not sort of subscribe to the usual boundaries on the game. And it's a delight to see.
And of course, we said sticky earlier, and that's not a bad thing. He's a different level of sticky, though. He's just flat out good. I mean, that's all there is to it. Goes with his gut. Love it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's everyone.
Potty breaks. You need a potty break? Go ahead.
Yes, I need a body break.
There's a flip. They're gonna do the Nick game when they do.
Oh yeah, got the nid buttons on the table now, so
You want to handle the flip?
Yeah.
you were looking for action. We're about to get it.
Yeah. So someone earlier was saying that they didn't want to play the 7-deuce game and the nit game at the same time, so perhaps the 7-deuce game will drop off while they play the nit game, but
I'll start singing
we
on
shall
Instagram.
see. Slick Rick here gonna go ahead and squeeze the deuces against the open from Carlos on the button. This is always a little bit dangerous, but snap call from Carlos, and what do you know? It's a gut shot and bottom pair effective for Slick Rick. Top pair and nut flush draw for Carlos.
Just nasty.
Slick Rick here with a natural continue. A little bit of a head bob there as well. Carlos just going to make the call. And bingo bango, the nizzles on the turn for Carlos.
Drills it.
Yeah, Slick Rick checks for a club. If he had one, I would suspect he would continue betting, but it goes checky very quickly. And a queen on the end for good measure. Top 2 and the nut flush draw. Slick Rick is so done with this. He's checking. And wait for it.
Weird one.
Checking.
He says weird one. Oh, if you could see what we see, my friend.
Yeah. I think it's a weird one because he doesn't usually squeeze with deuces. And then get what looks like a favorable board for him. But he's also just got to remember that Carlos snap called the 3-bet. And Carlos does a lot of tricky, trappy, kind of weird stuff. Now he's opening the button and snap calling. I don't know. I mean, does he ever just have like Jack 7 or Jack 9 here? Like, who knows? But Slick Rick with the deuces, seemingly not wanting to let this go.
He saw Brian make a big call with fives. Maybe that's rubbing off on him, but man, he's in a world of hurt.
Ooh, he makes the call. And it's going to get shown the nuts. He's like, I literally couldn't beat a single one of your cards, no matter which one it was. And he's going to look up to the sky for salvation and perhaps some answers. And there will be none because, well, that was a nutty call, but not the right one.
Yeah, back down into the red. He's going to walk that one off. Don't blame him there.
I mean, so I remember, I forget what hand it was, but Slick Rick made a massive call for a huge pot with something like queen high or whatever.
Queen high, yeah. That's the one. Yep.
And so he's prone to sort of finding these spots and being like, all right, no, like, I'm not going to get pushed around. You can have some dust. And the tricky part is, though, that your opponent's dust is very minimal in some of these situations, right? Like, how much super dust is Carlos? Of all the players at the table, is Carlos the guy going to be that's going to do it?
For sure.
No. You know, he's prone to doing it. We've seen he did it with the 5 high last week. It was pretty spectacular. He got a straight to fold. It was a flushy kind of whatever, scary looking board, but he got the straight to fold with the 5 high. So he is capable of it. It's not a needle at Carlos or anything. It's just, you know, a little bit of player tendency.
Lucas in the chat says, why is Carlos in seat 5? I saw somebody else ask that earlier. He's usually in seat 5, 4, 5, or 6. He doesn't see the cards as well, so they give him that option to sit closer to the cards as they're being put out there on the flop. Everybody else draws for seats, but he kind of gets his pick there.
I got some hope. Not a lot of other races yet, so.
Just in time for me to win a flip. There you go.
Do you want 500 on the side?
Next one.
All right, yeah, I booked with JD, so that's why I was like. Okay.
All right, here we go. $200 flip.
Which includes me. No queen?
Ultimate sweat with Carlos's hand being turned over, so that's a good start.
I didn't take the actual report.
4.
Gonna save me 500.
Nut clubs are there for Brian.
Come on. Oh, there's no clubs out there. I got it. I'm gonna go royal. I got a royal in my hand.
You guys lose.
Oh my god.
Pair board.
Oh my
god. Unless you got a queen ball in there.
Oh, I have queen, but
wow.
I'll turn the other two guys.
yeah,
Right.
What do you have?
I have nothing.
It's another 4 on the end. Is it quad 4s here?
Somehow.
It is indeed quad 4.
Quad 4s.
Squad, guys.
Yeah, just, you know, donk off $1,000 with deuces and come right back to the table and get it back. That boy, Slick Rick.
Let's go.
Yeah, I got the 5. That's what he was asking.
Push that 2 with 2, 3.
He did walk back and say, just in time to win a flip.
Mission accomplished.
Right? And this would be Mr. Matthew in the box, our new dealer. Casey's going to pass around the knit buttons.
Yeah. Solid left-handed pitch there.
Yeah, solid left-handed toss there.
Let's go back here in like 2 seconds.
Nicky Rose here, you gotta show.
You get the French guy a rubber and all of a sudden he gets
Don't remind somebody to show their hand, obviously, but if you remind them, then technically you get their button. So, yeah, if you're like, hey,
Yeah, I'm right-handed, and I remember when I was a kid, sort of being very intrigued by the concept of being ambidextrous. And so I sort of spent a little bit of time, like, learning, teaching myself really how to, like, kind of accurately throw a football with my left arm. And even after, like, practicing with it, you know, like, I could throw it and get it to, like, a person, I could get it to someone. But, man, there's just, like, no way that I was as accurate, as powerful
Oh, 100%.
It's like, and it's wild, right? It's like, why are we one side dominant? Like, we have a full body. Like, why would we pick one side to just like, well, that's what we do everything with, and we can't do shit with the other one? Very odd.
Which is funny because it's 100%. It's not only my arm, it's my leg. I can't kick to save my life with my left leg or throw. I could throw a spiral. I just know it looks really silly when I throw left-handed versus right. I mean,
Yeah,
I look really silly.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right, 9-6-6 flop, check, check, and a 4 on the turn. ZeFish here was already best, but picks up a pair, and will bet and take it down. Yeah, actually, so surprisingly enough, I was actually pretty decent kicking with my left. I think that may or may not have actually inspired the idea of like, well, I actually kick pretty good with my left. Maybe I could throw better, and then discovered that was not the case.
You know, Aaron, I think the only goal in soccer I ever scored as a kid was against my own team on accident. So
yeah.
That's where we decided that baseball, basketball, and football were going to be, for me, things where I could use my hands because the feet were just not going to do it. I was fast, but I couldn't kick a ball to save my life.
Gotcha.
Right into my own goal.
Yeah. I used to play goalie way back when I was in middle school, and I have had a couple of goals scored against me by my own team. Usually in situations where it was like an overwhelming attack is happening, they've gotten sort of behind the defense, and one of my fullbacks was just like, kick it back to the goalie, and it went into the net instead of me.
The old nutmeg, was it between the wickets or?
No, I won't say that they were because I fumbled the ball as much as they kicked it too hard in an area where like I literally couldn't have gotten it in an attempt to have gotten it to me. But I mean, we're kids, right? Like little kids at this point, so there's no real point in dwelling on like whose fault it was. It was just like mistakes are going to happen, and but it was, it's obviously it's awful for everyone involved when you score on your own team because no one feels good about it except maybe the other team. Queen high board here. The only pair on board is Omaha Brian, far and away the favorite to win this with the 7. But he is going to have to call a bet of 2 1/4 to do so. Nearly full pot size bet, about 80%. And he will let it go with a player left to act behind. Benham out of there too, and John will get the job done with the king high, shows it, gets rid of the button, and wins a cool 240. Another thing that I find so interesting about those sports that we played as kids is, depending on what region of the country or even the world that you grow up in, the sorts of sports that you'll play, right? Like if you're born in the Midwest or in Canada or whatnot, like hockey is just what everyone plays. And so if you don't play hockey, then you're kind of the weird one. And then you go to a different region and it's, it's an entirely different thing. Whereas like nobody plays hockey and you're weird if you do play hockey. So.
Right. Yeah, being from Texas, I mean, it's most kids, have a desire to play football, baseball, basketball. It's like you got buddies that end up playing tennis, and it's like, is that a family thing? Where does that come from? Or lacrosse,
with that? Like, yeah,
lacrosse or some other things. It's just like, how do you get into that?
PokerMomma about to get into some kings here in the small blind, facing a raise from JD on the button. Knit game in effect. Almost everyone still with a button except for John, who just picked up that last one from the straddle position, but she is going to squeeze it up nice and chunky, makes it 600 4x.
Chips are hard to rip on. They like the Borgata chips.
And Ryan with the Jack-8 suited here.
Yeah. For the audio.
Potentially. Thinking about a play or even a cold call. And it's going to be a play. Oh, excuse me, just a call. Thought that was a 1K. Thought he was clicking it. PokerMomma is going to get a customer. Ryan here in position, Jack 8 of diamonds. And top set for PokerMomma. Drew here says in the chat, do the commentators see the game with a delay? Seems like there's no delay when they talk to chat. We are all watching the same exact video feed. All of this took place about 15 minutes in the past, and we're watching it together. So what you see is what we see, and we all talk about it together. But the play actually happened about 15 minutes ago in order to protect the integrity of the game. So hopefully that answered your question. And if not, please let us know.
Yeah, we're chatting with you guys basically live. We're all watching this together, but it is on a 15-minute delay.
I thought you were going to raise me.
All right, so Ryan gonna lead out here on this board. He has missed this by a mile. Doesn't even have an immediate gut shot. But it is a little bit uncomfortable with top set here. If your opponent has flopped a flush, you're behind but have plenty of outs. But when you raise and get re-raised, you're sort of just committed to getting it all in. And then you're most likely pretty far behind. But she is going to raise nonetheless. And it makes a lot of sense because Ryan can do this with pair and a flush draw. He can do this with gut shot and a flush draw. There's a lot of different things that he can do this with. So raising it up sort of charges him versus giving him a good price to see a turn. Well played.
Yeah, that kind of gave me some flashbacks. PokerMomma's had a couple of spots on this stream a while back where she had flopped a set. Somebody had the naked ace of spades, and you know they got it all in, and she was able to take both of those pots down. So
yeah, the one in particular where it was just like the massive overbet rip on the flop, and she had the second set of tens, and it was just like you're almost never up against the flop flush because they don't want to scare you away with the big overbet, right?
Exactly.
So it really played to her favor, and then of course she got the perfect run out that did not break her hand. But yeah, no, she has certainly played some big pots here on TCH Live. And if anyone is loving what you're watching or is perhaps tuned in for PokerMomma taking down some of those hands in the past, hit that like button, hit the subscribe, and come back and hang out with us each and every Tuesday night, as well as Monday through Thursday and on Saturdays as well. All sorts of cash game action, tournament final tables. It's all here on TCH Live.
What's the future of Texas poker? Is there some rumors about casinos coming here and gambling being legalized?
There are rumors.
They say it's going to take like 5 years.
5 years?
Yeah, Mark Cuban sold a majority stake of the Mavericks to the owners of the Sands Casino.
What's in 4 or 5 years? What's in 4 or 5
But
years?
he still has like controlling controlling power, but they own like the majority or something. Yeah, he cashed out. Like, so anyway, now Sands Casino has like
a
business interest in. Yeah. And they were I think.
Yeah, I heard that, but I wasn't.
Get in here before that too. So
nobody connecting here, Aaron.
Yeah, King High for Slick Rick is good. It really just comes down to someone taking a stab at this. Ryan seems to be gearing one up here, recognizing that if no one's going to bet the flop, this is a pretty reasonable turn card to go ahead and take a stab. And he makes it a large enough size that even a club draw, picks up club draw, something like Queen 9 of clubs, is just going to be like, this isn't a good spot and fold. So really nice recognition there from Ryan, and takes it down.
You're just going with air? Is that what's happening?
Oh yeah, got to feel good getting rid of your knit button with the 7-5 on an ace-10 4 board. No hearts.
Absolutely.
No, I mean, no, it's exactly.
Yeah. In case that ever happens, they're like, no, they want to. They don't want to lose all their business. You know?
That's a lot easier than college.
That's true, but
That makes sense. Smart.
You can hear the players talking a little bit about the potential for legalized gambling in casinos in Texas, and I heard somebody saying, 5 years, like that was a set in stone thing. I would be very surprised, Darren, if we see that in the next 5 years. But
Well, we're going to see a lot of things in the next 5 years.
oh, for sure.
Certainly on a sort of United States-wide scale. But yeah, the legalized gambling in Texas, I'm kind of with you. I think 5 years would be interesting to see that push through. 10 high flop here. The queen 10 for Omaha Brian. Going to be far and away the best hand here. Benham with 1 overcard, and that's the only real danger here at this stage of things. Going to be a bet of 100. Wow. No, 325. Okay, had a misread there on the bet. I think it's going to be a check call of 325 from Omaha Brian. Benham here trying to get rid of his knit button, but once he gets looked up on the flop, he's going to shut it down and does not improve by the river. One liner to a straight out there. Does Benham rep the 9? 1140 in the middle, and he will for an overbet. 1.3x overbet, 1600 to go. And yeah, Omaha Brian is just not the guy to try to
Not
bluff.
the guy.
I mean, the flip side of it is that if you do hit a gut shot on this river, you can overbet and get called by Omaha Brian.
For sure.
That's what you can do. But trying to continue to bluff him when he has shown a propensity to just look people up with fucking super not nuts, like, yeah, I pick another guy to bluff.
Absolutely. Yeah, we've said that in the past about guys like JD. You don't make a ton of money bluffing JD. You're probably not going to make a ton of money bluffing Omaha Brian.
Yeah, and it's pretty fantastic, right? Like, he's gotten to play the king 9, the pocket 5s, now the queen 10, all to massive success. Like, he's up at like 20K, looks like an absolute savage, is a savage, and has now sort of earned, I think, the respect here, right? Like, I don't know that anyone else tries to bluff him tonight. The flip side of it is kind of maybe that he won't expect people to keep bluffing him after the 3rd time. So maybe it's that perfect time to bluff him. I don't know, but man, that guy is crushing.
Yeah, he's crushing, and no premiums, no monster boats, or just this run good, first time guy on the stream kind of thing. Just kind of owning the table right now. So he's been a pleasure to watch, and I'm really excited to have him back on the stream.
Yeah, absolutely. Up and down straight draw here for Slick Rick. Bottom pair for JD.
You got it?
JD going to go ahead and c-bet.
I told you. Hey.
And now it's a second pair of 10s for Slick Rick. Not a very good card for JD to continue barreling, as even some of the diamond combinations are going to have a 10. He is going to check this. And yeah, things do not get better for the 4-3 of clubs. Slick Rick here, improving on the turn, and the river a pretty good card for him. Should really just be checking here a lot, though. And he'll go for the block size. Makes some sense as well. I was going to say the block and the check sort of played similarly, but JD with just a pair of 3s, he beats a whole lot of not much, but he's going to make the call. Pay off Slick Rick.
Nice hand there.
Oh my God, that's gotta feel
Tara
so
throwing her
good.
2 cents in, saying there's a reason the Adelsons bought the Mavs, and they will be cutting big checks to certain people in Austin. Again, trying to get the casinos coming to Texas one day, and I agree, it's something that maybe eventually will happen. Things are really slow, especially when you get Congress and laws and things involved. I was going to ask the chat, what do y'all think is going to happen first? The high-speed rail that's been proposed between Dallas and Houston? Breaking ground, or a casino breaking ground in Texas? I will believe either when I see them.
That was like the first time I sold online too. Yeah.
Oh, last week?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I was like,
I did see that,
I was like, it's gonna be fun.
Drew, you are the man. $4.99 super chat from our brother Drew.
I almost wanted
Saying
to
Team Brian.
A rampage show.
How can you not be Team Brian after watching this stream tonight? I'll tell you what,
I used to.
it's been fun. And we are just an hour and 50 minutes in. Still have 3 hours to go on this Tuesday night from TCH Live here in Dallas. Hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are.
He got heads up
Online?
He got here.
Playing online?
This game. No, this game.
Few players still holding their knit buttons.
Oh shit,
Kind of ran into some nasty stuff every time.
that's rough.
JD being one of them.
Gordo have 6-5 diamonds.
He's got a pretty queen 9 of diamonds.
And like, yeah, we just hold on one. On the
Facing a
top.
3-bet from
I
Benham.
mean, if we ran it once, I
What
got
was
screwed.
your hand?
He flopped the nut.
He's going to make the call. Ryan's in the hand as well. A lot of queens out already.
With 10-9 of spades, 5K in the middle. Flop is Jack 8-7, 2 diamonds. Fuck the nuts. He checks. I got 2K. He just rips for height. Basically,
It was like eight,
Both
it was
runner.
like eight, yeah, it was like 8 or more, right?
It was a 35K call.
Yeah, it was like 6, right? Okay.
He just ripped like
Yeah, it just rips it
15K
out.
on me.
Yeah.
Pretty fun flop. With JD catching the only pair. Up and downer for Ryan.
He hits it on the first one.
And then he makes the first board, so then he
So he gets it, yeah.
Yeah.
But if we ran it once, I got screwed.
Oh my god.
I would have. That honestly would have been better because then I would have kind of left.
Yeah.
I would have been like, I think it's time to go.
So then you were tilted.
Yeah. I wasn't tilted. I just
River changing nothing here. Benham and Ryan both with a heart. And it's just playing high cards at this point. So some potential for them to,
If you're running bad, you leave it to me.
you know, potentially get after it. But looks like it's going to check over to Ryan. Does he want to take the queen high and get after it?
I got no credibility. I'm getting snapped. Snap.
Talk about sussing the situation out, you know. That is funny. I got no credibility here. All right, we got what, Benham and Carlos as the last two.
Yeah, fairly large disparity here. PokerMomma and John. Of course, John only here for 9 hands, so not a lot of data points, but you know, pretty big separation between everyone else in the high 20s, basically 30% VPIP all the way up to 43 for Slick Rig.
So the money goes in, it's a flip. No, like usually it's a
The
splash.
splash pot is, I just think it's so much fun. Like, I think
Just
it's
before in the
great
middle,
to go
we just
for
play
it.
normal hand. And
It gives you guys an
An extra,
opportunity to
like,
win
$1
back,
yeah.
and I don't know.
If that's what everyone wants to do, I'm not.
I'm a big fan of it, but I don't.
Well, it sounds like they're either going to do a splash pot, like we've been
Yeah,
doing the
well,
last
inside, I
couple of
think it's games,
streams,
yeah,
as the
Make sure you try
payment
to
for the
get
person
more
who
into it.
loses the knit game, or it could be a flip.
Venom doesn't like
Either
playing
way,
games
with the
on
player
other
paying the
than-
knit tax, has a chance to win that money back.
Do we reach a consensus or what? Are we getting paid? We gonna
So far, it sounds like a splash.
splash pot?
I don't know.
Splash pot is nice.
Yeah,
Man.
I'm cool with splash. My vote would be splash, but
I'd rather do that or
Well, let's splash pot it up.
Yeah, especially if they're doing 100 apiece, you got $800 just chilling out there in the pot, ready to be fought over.
See how you like it.
Right, mix it up a little bit.
But we'll hold on to that thought as we got a big hand brewing here.
When we do the flip, does the person
On the splash pot?
who loses still get a chance
If
at
they
it?
want to put themselves in, they can.
Oh.
Right?
Just normal.
So they would
Buckle up, folks.
You gotta pay extra? Okay.
Right? They would tell them to put.
Or just not be
or
out.
they
Or
can
just,
abstain.
yeah. Okay.
I mean, that's how I've done it at other spots. But
We should just not let them.
Yeah, you're not allowed to buy
Just
in.
put the 800. You're
I
out.
mean, they still abstain if you not.
Yeah.
And I'd rather have that 200. But
True.
You like the splash pot because at least a lot of action, but also like the person who loses like technically gets a chance to like
So basically, like everybody gets paid, and then we do a flip. You know, but so we don't have to do the flip.
Yeah.
You know, it's just no different.
True.
Ryan is going to size this one up. Go with a 5-bet. Let's see how big he makes this here.
How much you still behind with?
The poor Carlos just trying to get rid of his knit button, see a flop for what he thought was a decent price of 1,300 with 2 sevens. Ryan's made it 3,900.
Yeah, we don't reach 5-bet territory even in this game very often. And Ryan looking over at ZeFish, he's like, you want to go, bro? Because we can do this. Pocket Queen's certainly good enough. Ace King also usually good enough, especially with the knit game in effect. However, these two players have gotten rid of their knit button. So that really not as big of a factor for them. And yeah, this is one of those spots where, yeah, ZeFish, he's going to release the Ace-King pre. You don't see this a lot, but 5-bet pots also don't happen very often. And you sort of, yes, block aces, kings. You block your opponent from having Ace-King as well, but it just feels bad. If you're ever up against aces or kings, like, you're in a real bad way with Ace-King offsuit. So he lets it go. Back over to Carlos with 7. Yeah, let it go.
Seven-deuce one time.
Oh, man.
And I mean, yes, you have pocket queens. Yes, you're happy with your hand, but winning 2,800 without having to see a flop turn a river, pretty amazing.
Yeah, you could tell ZeFish was really, you know, once he got the inventory on Ryan's chips there, he was really looking over at Carlos, you know, kind of thinking, what did he just, you know, smooth call my 4-bet with? You know, does he have a similar hand? Because, you know, he's known to get in there with ace king and kings and queens.
Yeah.
You ruined it for me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Carlos could be the bigger concern in that spot. You're absolutely right. Not only that, but perhaps both Carlos and Ryan have big hands, queens, jacks, whatever. And okay, ace king is still pretty good. If you improve your hand, you're in a good spot. But you're really never sure what's happening there. I like the fold. I mean, we can see the cards, so it makes a lot of sense. But 5-bet, just. You really have to pick your opponent when you just YOLO it in there with ace king against a 5-bet. Like, you need to know that this guy is capable of doing it with ace 5 suited at a high frequency. That sort of thing. Anyways. Nice little squeeze spot here for JD. Raising a 3-bet from Carlos on the button. And here comes the squeeze. Small size. It's like 900. Makes a lot of sense when you're going for 4 bets. Don't need to go huge. You're already repping top of range. And with the good removal of the ace and the jack, if you get 5-bet, again, you can just let it go. Wow, John's going to stuff it with the 6s. That is an incredible play.
We've seen him do this with hands like 9s, 10s, but never with 6s. So very ambitious from John here.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about doing this, the 5-bet, is that your opponent is probably going to fold like 9s and 10s that they might have squeezed with from the straddle. And if you can get 9s and 10s to fold, and then you're really only getting called by like ace, king, aces, kings, queens, jacks.
Oh!
Oh my goodness.
Here we
JD
go.
calls. But John's ahead. He's got a 10K pot plus ahead.
Yeah, 10K pot. Let's go.
We'll see the flop first. I'll let you know.
Queens against ace king.
JD says, let's see the flop first. I'll let you know if we're going twice.
All right, running it 2 times. Pocket sixes.
Ace jack.
Pocket six is still good.
One higher than that?
If it's fives,
Bink.
There we go. Half the pot going to John.
All right, I get the second one.
There's an ace.
yeah, chop it up. Close? Little runner?
Still sixes available.
Shut your mouth.
Shut
your mouth.
Shoot it! Oh, there it is. All right, nice one.
Chop it up.
Another sick ass.
River to straight draw.
Carlos pulled the best hand.
And a flush draw.
Got him out of there. Little shake and bake. What?
The players are looking like, y'all are sickos. Sixes and ace jack for 5K? Just ripping it?
I probably pulled not pulled that either.
Love it.
That was pretty spicy. Mallory says, watching this game in St. Louis, LFG.
If it wasn't for this guy.
Absolutely. Welcome here, Mallory, and good luck in St. Louis. Hope you take down all the tournaments that you're playing, if you are indeed playing while you're out there.
That's right. Sending Miss Mallory some run good.
Carlos on the Nicky on.
And great timing to remind you, if you're enjoying this stream and you think you could come battle with these guys and gals, Mallory is the one that you contact. Scan that QR code. This will be up in the chat as well to click on a link. But there is her information if you'd like to get in on this action Tuesday nights here in Dallas, Texas.
We'll split up, right? 250 each. You can have 400. Oh, okay. We'll hold you to that. See, I did it on purpose.
Otherwise, I could do
Sharp gambler.
All options are on the table.
All right, hand number 49.
I would have rather 120.
$50 straddle and $100 straddle on,
Hey, when is
if I'm not mistaken.
What are you doing?
I don't know, he's pointing his cannon in? Or what are you?
It like blanked out. It had him and took him out.
Oh, John has limped from under the gun. Excuse me.
Pull him back. Pull him back.
Okay, now you're good. It had him and then like
Is that 125 there?
Is that a straddle or raise?
this is a raise.
Never mind. That is a raise.
There we go.
125.
For the kid?
Raise.
Squeeze from Venom out of the $50 straddle with the ace deuce of diamonds. And John here, who limped under the gun, does not look pleased about the scenario that has just unfolded. But after ripping sixes, he's got ace jack, and he's cut out calling chips, and it's going to put him in there. That is 3-coin hat corner
It
over
is.
there
I
as
was
well.
just noticing that again.
Wait, all these players called? Is this real life? Venom flops bottom pair and a backdoor straight flush draw, flush straight, whatever. It just gets it in there.
It's two knit buttons battling it out, and Venom actually pretty nice commanding equity lead here with just the deuce.
And Carlos is the only other Knit Game player, is that right, at the moment?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, so like if he folds, he knows that he also loses an additional 100 per player, so 800. So a fold is worth minus 800 plus what's in the pot. And he's got a gut shot, and as we can see, 2 overcards to the deuce.
I mean, I knew you were committed. That's also like, you know.
3,060, 30-6 is the wager from Benham, and that's gonna get the fold. Benham shows the ace deuce, pitches the button, and it's gonna be Carlos paying it out.
We could see Carlos was in horrible shape. A lot of his outs were already gone.
What are we doing?
So what are we doing? 400 splash. So 400 this hand, 400 next hand.
Okay, they're going to do 2 hands. $400 splash pots. I like it.
They're both splash pots. They're both splash pots. Yeah, 2 hands.
Yeah, splitting it into 2 $400 hands, I do think is superior to like one big 800, because that one just incentivizes everyone to go bananas, which is obviously fun. But 2 hands where people are incentivized to go moderately bananas is also great.
Yeah, we got a 5, 10, 25, 50, plus the 400 out there already. So there will be some battling, I imagine, for this pot and the next one.
I see it, but I'm not.
I wouldn't hate putting on the $100 straddle here either.
Exactly.
Because gaining the advantage of last action, while it's last action only pre-flop, most of the action is going to happen pre-flop. So you invest another $100, but the 400 is already dead in there. So, you know, I don't know. I think it's a good spot.
Yeah, Ryan is going to wake up with something. Looks like going to raise it up to 300 under the gun.
Carlos makes the call with ace queen. Ryan on 2 red 9s. Okay. Slick Rick is getting in there with the 6s. PokerMomma suited connector. Let's go multi-way to a flop, please. So many opportunities for a big one. As she will indeed make the call. It's only 300. Feels like a steal.
Benham with the crabs. Let's go.
Y'all are sickos. Y'all need therapy.
John's like, I can't fold. I can't fold 10-8 for this.
Let's go. Equity is very evenly distributed amongst these players with a massive pot in the middle.
6 ways. 6 ball. Oh, set over set.
Oh my God. Slick Rick about to get himself a real nice payday as long as he doesn't get obliterated by quads. Or somehow everyone slow plays if PokerMomma hits a gut shot, something like that. But Slick Rick here, as far as he's concerned, this is the gin flop that he's been waiting for. It just so happens to be on a $400 splash pot, and he is going to come in for a bet of what looks like 1,000, maybe 1,200. And yeah, here's Benham. One more peek to look at those red 3s, and 1,200 with the 18 already in the middle. Yeah, it's all in.
Was it Ryan that let out for 250 here?
I don't believe so.
Okay, there was something.
Yeah, he may have, but I think that was just, I think he just checked. It was so multi-way that I think this board with 9s, yes, like you have a lot of incentive to potentially bet something like 250. Maybe he even did. I just don't see it there behind the graphic, so I think he did not.
Oh, I'm dead.
You gotta fold ace queen.
Yeah. Wow. That's not even. Wow.
I'm telling you, here comes a 9.
Look at me. Look at me.
I know.
All right, set over set. Need a 3 for Benham.
Oh.
Good.
All right.
And it is not to be, so Slick Rick here going to ship a big one. 13.6K going his way. He'll chip up to 17.5. And he got buried early on like the first orbit, and it has bounced back in a big way.
I think it was hand number 5 or 6. He just got absolutely just buried, like you said, and he has been running good ever since. Started with a couple of small pots, but he is chipping up now to almost 18,000.
The World Series is almost a year. I got away from
Summer's coming up.
What a hand.
And now we got another splash pot, a la Carlos. So
Yeah, buckle up. Let's go. Do it again.
yeah, another opportunity for a
Well, we
big
went 6 ways last time. That was just insane. Pretty crazy equity across the board there in that last hand, and it just goes 3, 4, 6 right out the gate.
We're ahead. Where are we at? What's this? 10.
5, 10, 25.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're playing 5, 10, 25. That's why. There you go.
Heck yeah, man. We got a Land Raver. Not Land Rover, Land Raver. Watch it from Swansea, South Wales, UK. Big fan of the channel, says great commentary as always, guys.
I know, I would have fucking
We got 2 thumbs up, so I guess that means both of us. Aaron, thank you, Land Raver. Hell yeah.
Appreciate it very much. Thanks for tuning in. Happy to have you back, and look forward to hanging out with you, commentating on these great poker games in the future with you. As Slick Rick going to make it 400 to go. Jay Diggles out of the way on the button. And PokerMomma looking down at something worthy of contemplation in the small blind. Hasn't scanned her cards yet.
This could be our Jack Link's mystery hand for PokerMomma. Safe to say she likes it.
I love you.
Yeah, I think she loves it.
Yeah, gonna go for the squeeze here out of the small blind. Out of position, big size.
Can I fold twice?
1,600 to go, the 4X. And Queen Jack quickly into the mug. Like Rick is like, yeah, I'm not giving these to you. I got Queen High.
Yeah, no knit buttons. Let's see if the scanner tells us what you had real quick.
It's kind of like winning a flip.
Matt tried to help us out there and scan the cards again so we could see them, but unfortunately did not get to. How is poker over in South Wales, Mr. Land Raver? I'm guessing poker is alive and well.
Oh, so I've never heard you laugh like that in my life.
That's his true laugh.
Yeah.
150 to go here from JD in the cutoff. John comes in from the big blind. ZeFish with a squeeze hand out of the big straddle. Ace Queen O. Gonna make it 700. Easy fold for JD, but John, he's already got all his money in with 6s before. How's he feeling this time? What do you think?
So you picked my seat today. I feel like generally also
He put the weakest player on his left. He had a choice. And... Nice.
I just remember that night, so he tried to fucking fill my ass.
yeah. That's the setup work for him.
Yeah.
We're ripping $4,000 into you.
My good luck
total
Carlos,
fucking air.
all in.
You're a really nice guy, Carlos.
All right, so Brian here, the biggest winner, 16.8 thousand. He's up. Slick Rick, gone from big loser to second winner, 6,600. And it's now ZeFish stuck the most, down there with JD at the bottom of the pecking order. Venom not too far behind either, all of them down 7K or more. I dare say we're not going to have any Taco Bell wins or losses here this evening, as yeah, we're getting a lot of chips in there. PokerMomma now in the cutoff, Queen 9-0. One of those hands you can mix in at a small frequency perhaps, but she lets it go this time. Venom though on the button. Any ace good enough for an open, makes it 150. And Ryan, who has been getting a little bit spicy, starts reaching for chips and then does decide to let the 6-4-0 go.
Can you bring that, please?
Land Raver. A couple of casinos in the city, nothing like what we have over here. Usually play the private games. Yeah, that was sort of my takeaway. It's been a long time since I've been over into Europe, but it seems like the rake over there is substantially higher than what we do here, and it really makes it kind of prohibitive to play unless you're playing pretty high stakes. Is that true? Is that kind of the flavor of things, or is that maybe a bit of a misread? Let me know in the chat there, please, Mr. Land Raver. Or Mrs. Don't know, but I guess you're Mr. at face value. All right, John on the button. Queen Jack O makes it 150. Ryan here. Queen 10 gonna make the call, and that's true, 100%. Okay, yeah. When I was there, I remember I played some dusty little tournament. It was like I was only there for, you know, a short period of time, a couple of days in Germany. Went into a casino in Berlin.
I thought he was folding his hand.
Very nice place. The tournament, it was like a €100 tournament, and 60 euros went into the prize pool. I was like, damn, these guys are raking the shit out of this, like 40% rake. This was a long time ago. I was very much like more of a recreational player, so didn't really care too much about it. I just wanted to play. But that was extraordinary. And then it was something like the rake was like 15% uncapped or something. Is that the same in the UK? I mean, that is just astronomical. Anyways, we're going to get a king high flop here. 2 spades. No one with a king. Carlos on the pair of 8s and the ace of spades. That is the best hand. And it looks like he will make the call after John bets the flop. Here we go. Heads up to a turn. 4 of spades. Now a flush draw for Carlos and squadouche for John. John is undeterred though. After Carlos checks once again, starting the street with 2,800, but 6 1/4. And Carlos lining up the calling chips, and now stacked pot ratio under 1. John here gonna need to unload the clip if he wants to get his opponent off of the hand, and it's possible that he could. River comes 4 of diamonds. Running 4s, not the most consequential. Obviously, if Carlos just has like King Jack, like he just may not fold, but you hard block the King Queen and the King Jack with your holdings. And yeah, love this play. John is all in.
I thought he may have thought about it too long, but maybe just right. Carlos is probably going to lay us down.
Yeah, no, I think John has played this really well. Yeah, and he gets
nice
it
hand.
through. Very well played from John, as he has not showed his hand and will not show his hand, but will drag a nice chunky pot. Moves up back into the 5K range, which we've certainly seen him allow his stack to dwindle down into the, you know, 2K, even 1K range. But now he's back and close to 5K.
Yeah, this is a match the stack game. I do see JD has the yellow 5K chip out front. Don't know if anybody else has really chipped up a bunch to try to match what Slick Rick and Omaha Brian have in their stacks. But we'll look at those stack counts again here in a second.
PokerMomma has been looking down at the bottom, you know, usually I'd say sort of bottom 20% of card distribution, but she's kind of been stuck in like 10, 15%. It has been pretty nasty here this evening. Has made the most of what she's seen, as she has definitely played a couple of interesting hands. However, not going to be a part of this one. Carlos with the 2 black 9s. Ryan getting after it once again, this time on the button with the Jack 5 suited, and Venom in there with the suited connector. Landraver says, similar, tend to play with a local group of players and friends in the local pub, but I'm no pro. Okay, yeah, fair enough. It almost seems like there's a pretty strong barrier to entry if the low stakes games are not well catered to. And yeah, the astronomical rake at the low stakes games really not what those players are looking for, because you go and play for a few hours and it doesn't matter if you've won against your opponents, you're out of money. The house has raked you into oblivion. So yeah, an unfortunate thing for the ecosystem, for the growth of the game, if there aren't good above ground locations to go and play, which is one of the things that we're so fortunate to have here in Texas. You know, come on in, play at Texas Card House all around the state, pay an hourly rate, no rake, no money coming out of the pot, and, you know, meet the fine folks that like to play this game, the staff at Texas Card House, always top notch. I mean, just a fantastic experience. So if you're ever interested in coming over and seeing how we do fish and chips over here, come on down, Landraver. We'd love to see you in the Dallas area or anywhere else in Texas. Yeah, and if you can imagine, like, how sort of reggy and nitty the games are in Vegas, which is kind of like the worst version of American poker, as far as you know, finding like really good games and getting a lot of action all the time. I can only imagine how bad it is when you go to a casino in Europe with the rake really high, and the pros that are actually able to make a living, like, they've got to just be so nitty and awful to play with in order to also beat the rake of the casino. Like, oh, it's got to be just terrible.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. And there's a reason why those Euros have been flocking to places like Texas to come play for a living, you know, for 6 months at a time, because they want to beat that rake and they want to come where the action is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like you can play online with all of the difficulties and challenges that entails, or you just fly over here with a, you know, a visitor visa and play some cards. Definitely a good good option. Tara headed to bed. Good night to you, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, good night, Tara. Thanks for joining again. Always love having you in the chat.
ZeFish here flopping best with the 2 pair on board. It's a bunch of Broadways represented by his opponents, and he will stick around for 575. John's out of there, and it's going to be heads up between Ryan with the 2 overcards and the betting lead, ZeFish with the flopped 2 pair.
I think in Nevada it's like a little bit more lenient. Yeah. Common Texas question. You want any guns? Like, you know, how many guns per person in your family do you own? What's the per capita here? It's over 1. The state? Oh, it's over 1, probably. For sure. If I had to guess, I'm gonna guess it's like 1.5. 1.4. I don't know if that's actually true.
ZeFish gonna bet the pair of 5s here for equity denial. Very much hoping that Ryan just folds on the spot, but Ryan is going nowhere. Goes for the check call after betting the flop and does not improve, but this board has gotten very connected. ZeFish here going to be so happy if he gets to just check and win with a pair of 5s.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Fanatic Poker also taken off. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next time. And checky, ace high announced. ZeFish is like, oh my god, I win with a pair of fives. Let's go. A 5K pot with a dusty 5-4 offsuit.
I really thought he was going to set up a bet there on that river, but he decided to check it down.
Yeah, you'd really rather that your opponent had the big cards. Blockers are so important when you get down into the nitty-gritty of when to assemble a bluff. And, I mean, if he had something more like a 10 jack or a 9 jack or just something to interact with the board a little bit,
I know you're not a fucking did. I'm definitely getting in. All right, I was waiting for it. That's for like a click more than a check. That's for sure. You double up inadvertently, all right?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. The fuck, I gotta wake up with fucking hands.
Yeah, that's been
bored. I can't really rep a full house.
Okay.
All right, looks like we're gonna have some misreads this hand. Oh, okay. Things are starting to come in. Venom here with the open. Ace queen of clubs.
It means we were basic. Now we went to a level 1. There's 10 of them of level. Okay.
Still got some fun.
I get looked up in a couple of places by some pretty dusty holdings. Of course, Ryan, no slouch when it comes to coming in with the dust burgers, but it's going to be a queen high board, a couple of 7s out there. Venom far and away the favorite to win this one.
I bet. 125.
Checks all the way to Carlos though on the button, and he's like, I got the king of diamonds, like I can rep some stuff. Bets gets called in 2 spots, and 3 players will take a turn. For whatever reason, Ryan is in there with 10 deuce of hearts.
Exactly.
I mean, either that's a misread or he has some very devious intentions, but multi-way pot, I don't understand sticking around with the 10 deuce of hearts. 1 diamond, sure. 2 diamonds, sure. Carlos continues to tell his story, this time for 425. And Venom, who has really flopped amazingly well, is just check calling from out of position. And the dustiest card you've ever seen, the 3 of spades comes off. Venom with another check, and Carlos gives it up.
I heard it was surprisingly good. I mean, like this feels like to me like came out of nowhere.
How am I gonna win?
Venom also has a yellow 5K chip in his stack there, so while he doesn't have the amount of chips, he does have the biggest chips out there. He's got the 5K and a 1K there, so
It was going in regardless.
Yeah, they better do it again.
he's loaded back up and ready to battle.
I would never know.
Yeah, they lost money because they only sold half, so that's why I'm afraid they're only doing it.
Well, I guess you were 51.
But I think they will sell out
You
next
had a
time.
pair, you were
Omaha Brian still up there at the top of the leaderboard, up 16.7K on his first showing here at TCH Live.
Like everyone's like, is that going to be horrible? I don't know. Everybody, all these poker players say.
That's fair.
You know that they hired a bunch of models to come on the boat too? It's like if you got a bunch of male poker players, but there was actually surprisingly a lot of women on the boat. There were. Yeah. Just the models. Yeah.
Nick game?
Yeah.
After he comes back? You guys need to use the restroom?
Carlos gets to choose. You play Nick again?
Yeah, of course.
See if some of these players are starting to notice that Ryan is really raising quite a few hands.
Come on,
A pretty wide range.
Just rigging a pot. They're on the fence too. All they have to do is charge a little more next year. We're just selling the boat.
If they have to, like, I think it was super good value this year.
The tournaments didn't really though, at least, right? But the boat, I mean, I know they like chartered the whole boat. So.
Yeah, I think they were. I don't know that they made money overall.
Yeah, I kind of thought that PokerMomma was about to get after it there with King 10. Hasn't seen a lot of opportunities to really take a squeeze spot or even just open a pot in quite a while. King 10-0, given the fact that she's been relatively tight seeming tonight, holding a lot, might have been a spot to get after it. Of course, Venom here would have flopped the bottom set against her middle pair, so wouldn't have been the greatest spot, but wouldn't have hated the squeeze with the King 10 there out of the straddle. Did dodge a little bit of a bullet there, and sometimes that's the thing too, is, you know, you got to look at the flip side of being card dead, which is everyone else gets to play hands, and that means that somebody else is losing that isn't you. You're just holding your blind, or you're just waiting, you know, for an opportunity. And you know, you can kind of try to see the silver lining there, which is for every hand I'm not playing is another hand I'm not losing.
For sure.
But they had a whole half of the ship that was
But obviously,
free. I did not.
I mean, most of us come to the game ready to play hands. We're looking to, you know, see some strong cards and get some chips in, and, you know, try to actually, you know, make some decisions that are going to benefit us, as opposed to just fold. So it can be frustrating, that is for sure. But here we are, folded all the way around to the $50 straddle. It's going to be, oh, excuse me, a limp from Carlos out of the hijack. Ryan going to squeeze, semi-squeeze, I suppose.
They're one of the models they bring on there.
And here we go, a couple of calls and 3 players to a flop.
Yeah, thank you. Probably better than playing. Can I get a water, please? Guaranteed money.
3 points. And you put on all your social
Middle pair for Carlos. Effective third pair for Ryan, and 2 overs and a gutty for John. So a little bit of something for everybody. No one's going to be particularly enthusiastic, but Ryan going to bet 500. Carlos quickly making the call. And John here, 2 overs and a gut shot to the stone cold nuts, as there's no immediate flush draw. I think, yeah, mandatory call, even though he doesn't have a ton of chips behind. One of those situations where you just start chanting 9, 9, 9, 9, 9 in your head and hope to bring it to fruition. Does
Double
pick
gutty.
up, yeah, as you say, double gutty, but not the greatest card, because if it gets bet, it's very unlikely that you get to continue. As it stands, Ryan here with now effective 4th pair is going to continue barreling.
Wow.
I'll be there.
I mean, this is a good card for him, right? Like, he's going to have some, ace king, ace queen, ace jack, who knows, ace 10. So bet flop, bet turn. Half pot, thereabouts. And John just double gutty. Little does he know that the queen and the jack are actually live to a pair.
You switch whenever you want.
Yeah, this seems like a
Some people like who are going for points
spot
and
that
stuff,
you
like,
kind of
let
just
their partner basically play.
squint at and let it go.
You just have
You
to-
beat jack 9, you beat queen jack, you beat 9-7, but only barely because they have so much equity. Excuse me, that's if you have the 6s, I apologize. Of course, John is here with the double gutty. He is on the draw, so he has to let it go. And Ryan will take it down.
Interesting show there. Ryan shows the 2 6s. Kind of assuming that he got a bluff through. But he was actually in the lead there. After Carlos folded, but yeah, Demoria had a comment earlier about Omaha Brian kind of going to the finish line with that big win, and honestly, I don't think his chips are locked up in any way, shape, or form after seeing him play early on. I think it's just he hasn't really had anything remotely, interesting to play. Suited connectors. Definitely hasn't had any premiums whatsoever tonight. So I think he's just picking his spots, playing smart.
How do the gods not?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that he hasn't been shy about getting in there, but he needs something. Here we go. 9-6 suited.
Yeah.
This is enough.
Suited lick, good enough for Brian. Suited slick for PokerMomma.
Just like I'm barreling, after I show my barrels.
She is going to go for her sort of standard 4x. You're out of position. Omaha Brian may not see this as a deterrent. The nice thing about having these sort of middling disconnected cards is that if you connect with a board, your opponent is never going to see it coming, and you can get their whole stack. I mean, the bad thing is that your cards are disconnected, and you're probably not going to hit very many flops. And if you do, it's going to be in a weird way with like some like second or third pair, maybe gut shot type stuff.
She says, "Don't look at me like that, Brian." He's sizing her up.
Yeah, he's good at the Mad Dog, that's for sure. She's going to do her best to stare off into the ether between Slick Rick and Carlos before
his cards are already in the muck, Aaron.
Oh.
That's funny.
Can you pass out the mute buttons? Pass out the mute buttons.
Yeah, there are a couple of responses to the guy or the gal that just Mad Dogs you really hard from like a seat over. One is to just give it right back to him, just look him dead in the eye and sort of do like the old staring contest with your sister kind of a situation. Or just avoid eye contact and any sort of interaction with them whatsoever. Just be like, all right, you're going to stare at me, I'm not going to give you anything. I'm going to look over here, I'm gonna maybe even like pull my hoodie up over my face or whatever, right? Like there's different responses. There, I think PokerMomma just happy to look between seat 5 and 6 and make her wager.
Hoorah, boys, hoorah. Finally, I can play some.
All right, we got the 100 on here from Carlos in seat 5.
Is that a strategy?
Brian, did you know you were coming to 5, 10, 25, 50, 100, straddle, 7-deuce?
7-deuce nick game?
Nick game?
I invited him. General idea.
Didn't have any doubt about that, sir.
Click call the bottom pair and wins well up.
Not have any doubt about that.
I didn't know it was going to have to hear us so much.
Well,
I love you, brother.
you have to hero and you have to win. As Slick Rick here waking up with Red Cowboys. Let's go. Wow, 7-6 suited just got folded there from Venom. Not saying it's like a bad fold or anything. I just think that seems like with a couple of calls in between, a pretty juicy spot to try to get in there.
Yeah.
And we'll see if this comes back to bite him in hindsight, as 5 players are going to see the flop. Slick Rick, the aggressor, with the pocket kings. 7 in the window, nothing behind it. So it is indeed a pretty good fold for the 7-6 of clubs. But it's going to be top pair for Carlos, middle pair for Brian. Oh, and top pair for Ryan as well.
Yeah, top pair for Ryan as well.
Jason Dunbar in the chat says Slick Rick with the bounce back, capital B on the bounce. Absolutely right. He is bouncing and sitting pretty good right here, up against 5 players with 38% of the equity. Really just needs to clear out some of these single pair holdings. And with 33.65 in the middle here, I can imagine a bet somewhere around like 900 to 1,000 incoming. Doesn't need to go too big. The flip side is that he can also size up if he wants to with the overpair, as there's no immediate flush draws. He can charge those pairs a lot to sort of stick around, but instead it's Ryan betting out 1,000 and Carlos calling in between. So Slick Rick actually now in a position of, do I raise or do I call and sort of see what happens?
Oh,
He's just gonna call.
How do you feel about trying to narrow the field there and putting in a raise against the two opponents there, Aaron?
Well, you open yourself up to getting 4-bet jammed on, or 3-bet jammed on rather, and that sucks because you're either like up against some sort of like 10-8 or 8-6 with backdoors that you're happy to be up against, but still, you know, they have tons of equity, or they've just flopped you into the basement. Like, there's no good place there if you get called. So you're basically turning the kings almost into a bluff. It feels weird. It doesn't make a lot of sense. So, yeah, just calling, seeing what happens, seeing the bottom card pair now on the turn. Pretty good spot. And Ryan just absolutely hammering it, though, for over pot.
Yeah, puts half his stack in.
But, I mean, with kings, what else are you going to do here?
Yeah.
Slick Rick is gonna stuff it. He's like, well, I can't play for 4,500 if I can't play for all of it.
Way to get back to even, Rick.
Ooh.
Wow. Ryan here drawing super thin. He can only hit the 9. The queen is not live.
I was running once. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, one time, 1-9. Oh, no, they are going twice. Excuse me.
They are going twice, yeah.
See you.
And there are no 9s on those boards. Slick Rick chipping up even more, wins $12,000 and is up to 29K.
Monster.
And his investors are feeling real good right now. They got buried immediately and are now looking at a healthy profit. Let's go.
What a hand.
This week you didn't sell to the fans, right? I did. Oh, you did? Supposed to not sell this week and then I'll go and be like, maybe I made him 5,000.
Yeah, that would have been, it would be bad.
Swig and Smoke back in the chat saying, let's go, Slick. Yeah, what a turnaround. Capital B bounce back indeed.
Yeah, I'm going home.
Shout out to LV Coleman in the chat. What's going on, brother?
Doesn't he keep it? Kings and better keep it, right? Kings and better? Kings and better usually keep it. Nice. Thank you, guys.
Have we had any aces sightings tonight?
We've had several kings, some
Yeah,
queens,
a lot of kings.
and ace kings, but no birds.
No aces. Let's get the birds back out. Look at that stack in front of Slick Rick.
Yeah, he's got the flying V in assembly.
Yeah, big chip stack to his left as well, so there could be some opportunities for an even bigger one. As we still have 2 hours and 15 minutes left.
God, it feels good to have that many chips in front of you.
Doesn't it? Oh my God.
Yeah, those days where you just keep running hot hand after hand are something else. That's PokerMomma going to look down at another dust burger.
Second board, maybe.
Hell yeah,
LV
LV.
Coleman hitting the like button on the way in. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
There's no way I make it to the road. So. Moot point.
Sometimes it's fun.
Carlos is in there with a blackjack hand. He's looking to double down or double up with the 9-2-0-2. And he does make a pair.
I was like, that was the fanciest way to say Carlos getting in there with a shit hand. Not a bad flop for ZeFish here. something for everybody, though.
Yeah, 4 real dusty hands. They've all connected with this trash flop.
Carlos gets away from what could be disaster if he hit a 9 on the turn for 2 pair. Jay Diggles came to party, though.
Yeah, and ZeFish raising here with the middle pair and a gut shot. He's basically trying to just clear out any of the equity that, you know, is kind of rough to be up against. But JD's like 2 overs and a straight draw. Like, I ain't folding, bro. Venom makes the call as well. And it's an ace on the turn. Are you kidding me? Venom here is just like, YOLO, let's go.
Did he make the call or did he fold?
I mean, it's showing him in there. Perhaps he folded, but I thought he called. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I think we had a little misread there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
well,
he did fold.
I'm sure he's kicking himself for folding.
Absolutely.
He's going to take it down.
It was coming.
JD had him call. Okay, now we did this one.
The turn?
I have 9.
Oh, yeah? Dang, man, you never believe
No, it was a 9.
But I think JD had an over pair.
Oh.
ZeFish. Dang, man, you never believe me. He says to Benham because Benham was like, oh, I would have called and I would have gotten there. Oh, man. Omaha Brian over 20K in the stack opens it up under the gun with 4s. PokerMomma here. The first real hand she's seen in a while. Ace Jack O. Makes it 450. John with the same hand. On the button here. Just going to let this go. She has not played a lot of hands tonight. And whether you played with her before and know that she is capable of getting after it, it does seem like, okay, she's finally, you know, raising an under the gun open. Ace Jack O probably not the best place to get in there. So he lets go. Slick Rick feels the same about pocket 8s.
Really? Yeah.
Cold calling is always weird. Cold calling a 3-bet, always weird. Very understandable. But Omaha Brian is like, no, nobody is going to get away with anything here tonight. I call, I have the best hand, and let's see a flop. And not a great one for either player. No immediate draws for PokerMomma other than the 1 overcard to the board. Pretty good looking texture here against what Brian is working with. But she does know that he's prone to looking her up if she gets out of line. So she is going to check this back, take the free turn card. She does pick up the gut shot now. And it's another overcard for Brian. Queen 10, Jack 10. These hands generally are going to want to bet the flop. And so the 10, not a particularly scary card. And I guess you just lead out here with the pocket 4s, turn them into a bluff and see if you can get something like pocket 8s, pocket jacks to fold. But PokerMomma with the overcard and the gut shot will make the call. She is well behind, but in position. 2,000 now in the middle. To a river we go. 5 of diamonds. A whole lot of not much there. And Brian will slow it down with a check.
God, I'd be so hesitant to bet against Brian here.
Yeah, so what are the hands that she's going to take as a check bet line? Sorry, check and then call his bet and then also bet the river. She needs to have something almost exactly like pocket queens, pocket jacks, Yeah, no, she's just done with it. And she's going to lose to 4s. And it feels bad, but it makes a lot of sense given what we've seen from Brian.
Yeah, it really does.
And Brian can seemingly do no wrong. It's like,
Yeah.
give Brian something playable, and he will win the hand. He'll find a way.
Just a gangster doing gangster stuff over there. This is just awesome.
Absolutely. As we look at the VPIPs here, once again, PokerMomma is at the bottom, but she's into 20% range. JD, Omaha, Brian, ZeFish, all not too far ahead of her, also in the 20s. And then we're up into the solid 40s and middling 30s. Venom, Carlos, Ryan, all playing over 40% of the hands they're dealt. Gotta love to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You played a hand. Yeah, you did.
300? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I'm not trying to like.
Yeah, no, I know.
Definitely been a fun night. A lot of chips flying. Again, this was a $5,000 buy-in. That's what everybody started the night with. So we've got some stacks that are well over 20K now. And a lot of chips on the table. Okay. 342 of you guys and gals still tuned into the stream via YouTube and Facebook, Kick, Twitch, Twitter, all the above. Thank you all again for joining us and for smashing that like button. TCH does have 6 locations in the state of Texas, so if you're wanting to come play some poker, TCH is the place to play. This is live from TCH Dallas, one of our 2 locations in the DFW area. Yeah, thank you, Gary. Gary says, super good game tonight. This is why I became a viewer of the stream and then, now helping out with the commentary. I have been a big fan of watching the TCH games for years now, and we continue to put out some good content. So thank you guys for tuning in and helping us continue to grow this channel. Six ways to a flop here. PokerMomma with the Jack Link's mystery hand. Just going to bet 325. Venom is not going anywhere. He's flopped an ace.
Do people actually buy? Or do you sell sticky?
I've been selling like 10%.
Ah, there it is. She's got the 7-deuce. Yeah, so not only do we have the knit button game going, or the standing button, we have the 7-deuce game on. So I don't think they've dropped that, as PokerMomma is betting her 7-deuce here. Omaha Brian gets out of there with just a pair of 10s. Carlos again with the blackjack double down hand. Just doesn't want to fold that duck.
Jack of clubs, not going to change a whole lot here. And yeah, I mean,
I'm picky.
It depends on
just super awkward to be trying to run one through with the 7-deuce and this many callers get this sort of texture.
on which ones.
On the tournaments? On the normal
Venom here going to show down the best hand if we get to showdown, which I think we probably should, as yeah, John just doesn't have an incentive to bluff. He's going to show the 10 and Venom will be like, oh no, I can beat the hell out of that. And as we take a look at a little profit and loss here, 3 players are in the green. Everyone else stuck. A little bit different than what we saw the last time around, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. Last time around, I think we went a few hours where we had 5 or 6 players in the green, but we are heavy up top. Seat 6 and seat 7 are just murdering this table right now. PokerMomma pretty happy with being up 1.6K considering the card she's been dealt tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, you look at the kind of garbage she's been dealt and you say,
Absolutely.
you take all of that and win 1,600 off of a 5K entry, and yeah, you pat yourself on the back.
Super happy, absolutely.
Ryan, who has definitely been the most willing to get in there and kind of mix it up with some less than stellar holdings, is unfortunately holding down the bottom end of the standings, down about 10K.
Thank you.
JD taking a beating, largely due to that one sick hero call on the all-in versus JD with the pocket fives. What an incredible hand. If anyone is tuning in that wants to see a really fantastic hand and doesn't want to wait for the replay that's going to come out almost certainly on a short here on TCH Live, scroll back probably about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, and you'll see one hell of a hand go down between JD and Omaha Brian.
Yeah, wish I remembered exactly what hand number that was. I'll try to find it while you're doing the commentary on this one here, Aaron.
Yeah, sure. No, that's a good move. As Ryan going to open the cutoff, King Jack O, pretty strong holding given the, you know, sort of situation. He's been opening a lot of way worse hands and continuing. So King Jack O, certainly going to be good enough. Omaha Brian not going to love the call as well. Ace 9-0 plays well as a 3-bet, but doesn't connect well with a lot of flops, and this is one of them. Has the 9 of clubs, which is a pretty important card given the immediate texture, but the fact that Ryan has top pair with a king kicker pretty much defeats all of the removal that Brian has at his disposal. It's going to be a bet of 400. And Ryan in position here now, facing a quarter pot size bet, going to make the call. Drew with another $4.99 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Says back from the haircut and excited to see Brian is still in. Not only is he still in, he is far and away the biggest winner. Or maybe not far and away. He's up there with Slick Rick. I apologize. But he's up a very substantial sum of money.
Yeah, and thank you again for those that don't know that you're able to do a super chat that actually puts money into the production team's pot here and helps us continue to grow this thing. So very much appreciated. We love seeing that. So thank you again, Drew.
4 of hearts on the turn, 2-tone board now. Omaha Brian going to continue to press the issue, makes it 1,300 into 24. Ryan makes the call. Pot has now swelled up to a little over 5K. Stacked pot ratio with Ryan. The effective stack about 1.5, not quite, and a board pairing deuce on the end. No heart, no club. Omaha Brian here with 2 options. Stuff it in there, get this man out of here, or shut it down. And he gives it up, I think wisely so. With so many missed draws, it's just really, you're not going to get a jack to fold. I just don't think you get a jack to fold. And if your opponent does have an 8, good on them for calling flop and turn. Or pocket 7s or something, you know? Now over to Ryan. Is Ryan actually thinking about value betting this? He's already done this to himself before. Value bet a sort of thin holding. This a little bit better, of course, than the ace-4 that he bet last time, but he is indeed going to stack up a substantial pile of chips. Gets a quick fold, but targeting, I guess, queen jack? And like queen jack exactly, right? Like, what worse hand calls you after bet, check?
He's gonna forget.
Queen jack, I think, is the only one.
Right? And he's like, come on, Brian, have a hero call in you. With an 8, maybe, you know.
Well, I mean, no, it's not a bad play. I'm not trying to like rag on Ryan here for betting the river. It's just there are not a lot of combinations that you can get a call from that you're happy about. So queen jack certainly could bet flop and bet turn because there's a lot of draws available. Now you get to the river and you're like, okay, queen jack, vulnerable to king jack. So I check. And okay, that's an opportunity for Ryan to get some value because queen jack is almost certainly going to check and call a bet. So I actually really like it. But given what happened to him earlier with the ace-4 and him being like, oh God, I've teed this one up, right? Like,
right.
It's a bold move to do it again.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
And it worked out for him this time.
Yeah, I threw it in the chat there for those that want to go back and maybe watch that hand we were talking about that got Brian all the notoriety plus a lot of chips. It was hand number 29.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. All right, so raise 500 isn't bad.
See, Slick Rick definitely doesn't have his chips locked up either. He's going to get after it here with the suited Canuter.
Let's go.
See what happened?
PokerMomma has inadvertently min-clicked. I think she meant to go bigger.
So we got to raise 75. That's 500, 425. You go here. That's going to be a bet of 9 1/4.
9 1/4. Yeah, she realized it immediately when she put the chips out there. She was like, oh, I definitely thought I was like 2.5xing this, or at least 2.3 or 4. Instead, she min-clicked it. Back over to Slick Rick, and 9-8 suited is pretty much the exact hand that you really have to be cautious about playing in 4-bet pots, or even 3-bet pots if you're the initial raiser, just because Ace-King crushes you on the old 10-Jack-Queen board. Outside of that, though, 9-8 suited, certainly going to play quite well, and he does make the call and flops amazingly well. Although, PokerMomma has also flopped 2 overs and a straight draw of her own, unless that's actually the 3 of clubs. Never mind.
Let's see the board again here.
Yeah, we got that rectified on screen. That's not the 10 of clubs. That is the 3 of clubs.
Okay.
And it's a flush draw for Slick Rick. Still over cards, though, for PokerMomma. So her equity still decent. $650 is the wager. Now does Slick Rick want to check raise this and just play for it all?
He's got that look, doesn't he?
Well, it's weird because you have 9 high, and like even if you pair, you might not be good. So you kind of need to check raise, but you know that PokerMomma only has 5K behind. So if you raise and she stuffs it, you kind of put yourself in a spot where you need to call if you make your check raise too big. It makes it 1,800, and yeah, I think he's committing himself here with this. I mean, a min click is even borderline as to whether or not you could even think about folding. So he's pretty much ready to go with this. PokerMomma now with the king high, no club in hand. Is she ready to stick it in there? She does have more than 5K behind too. We can see that. She's got 5K in the blues and blacks, or excuse me, the blues? What blues? The blacks and the greens. Right there, and another probably not quite 1,000, but very close to it. So looks like she's playing about 6K, not 5K. She makes the call.
Yeah, I mean, King Queen has pretty much been a premium for her tonight, and she's just not willing to let it go yet.
It's a gutty play, though. I mean, if she's willing to make that call there, is she willing to call it off with the king high? Because now stack to pot ratio is well under 1. I mean, we're talking like 2/3 here. Slick Rick with only one option now, picking up the gut shot to go with the front door flush draw. This is going to be an all-in, and PokerMomma to the test for her remaining 3,900 with king high. The challenging thing is too that like 6-7 just actually picked up a pair. If she was against some sort of just like gut shot on the flop, yeah, she's got to let it go.
Run it out.
And remember, she does have more than the amount that was shown on the screen. So I was saying she had something like 2/3. She actually had more like 3/4 or nearly full pot because there was an extra 1,000 that hadn't been counted on screen. Either way, Slick
looking
Rick.
at him. Yeah, she's looking at him right now, Aaron. They ran it out. I didn't see what it was, but he kind of nodded.
Did they?
Yeah, they did. He kind of nodded his head and put out a grin, and she was just eyeing him like, "You mother, you know what?" Got those competitive juices flowing. I love it.
That's for sure.
What was the board?
Yeah, I remember I played in a one of the big multi-flight tournaments there at TCH Dallas and Las Colinas. Played a really big pot against PokerMomma.
I don't know, man.
And I basically just like triple barreled and backed it into a gut shot straight that got there. And I remember after the hand, she was a little bit it was violent. Would be fair. I'm the same way. You know, we're very competitive people. And somebody gets there in a big way against you, or pushes you out of a pot, as like Rick just did there, and you know, you give them the eye. You're like, all right, what's going on?
Yeah, but I really like to run it 3 times, but I
love to see it. You know.
Quick shout out to that last dealer. That was Mr. Matthew Bizzum, known for his random, what he calls bizzums, I think. He has some really weird sayings and makes us all laugh. Great job tonight, Matthew. And we got the lovely Miss Tika in the box now to finish off the night for us here.
I'm a little bit of a sick ass, so I don't know.
You pull it for the.
So you put it over there. Okay.
I just put it in my pocket and then I paid him. I gave him to Cooper at the end.
Oh, okay.
All right, purple on the side. Don't fucking make quads again. That's nullified if you make quads.
Agreed.
That's right. Slick Rick walked back to the table earlier and got quads in this PLO flip. And honestly, Aaron, that turned his night around from that point on, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he'd won a couple of those small pots early on, but nothing really major. Then it was just like come back, pick up quads, ship the flip, and then yeah, it was just like the sky's the limit, man.
What the fuck, man?
He just kept making it happen, and now here he is, well into the profit zone, flopping top pair with the jack of clubs, and now running out.
Ace five for Carlos.
Okay, got a wheel. And
see a 5-6. There's a 5.
We got wheels. Wait.
Oh, no 5. No 6.
Gonna chop it between the wheels here. Carlos and somebody else we can't see.
Like Jay Diggles.
Jay Diggles. Let's go.
Jay Diggles with the shits and giggles. Got to feel good for him, too, to win anything tonight, as it's just not been his normal night.
Yeah, it really all came down to that one hand.
It did.
And Brian, the new player, I mean, here it is. We're playing the 7-deuce game. JD gets himself into a situation where, like, he's gonna have some big hands. He's gonna have some moderately strong hands that are still gonna go for all of it because you backed into top pair, for example, with King Queen or whatever it was, Queen 10, I think, was the other sort of rational hand that he could have that would have made top pair on the river. And you're just gonna stuff it. Makes a lot of sense. He just happened to have 7-deuce, and his customer said, "Hell nah, brah, I got 5s, a pair of 5s. Get wrecked."
Yeah, I think so many other people would just so quickly have mucked that. JD would have spiked down the 7-deuce. We'd be talking about a whole different ball game.
We would. We absolutely would. PokerMomma gonna flick a quarter out there, and we're gonna go 4 players to a flop. Some dusty holdings abound. And they do not interact with this board outside of the odd gut shot and some overcards.
125 is the bet. Close 125. Boost.
Bet of 125.
Players.
And a couple of calls here. 3 players to a flop. Excuse me, a turn. And that's going to be top pair of jacks now for Brian. Gut shot for JD.
Check.
PokerMomma going to check the ace high and the gut shot to the wheel. River comes brick. And Omaha Brian will finish with the best of it. And he's happy to just check. Not going to go for any block or value bet. Just see if somebody else wants to stab.
Yeah, we both know if the stab attempt comes, he's going to cut that hand right off.
You checked already, sir?
JD is going to give it a shot. He's got one of the worst hands he'll ever have. And it is a blocker to the nuts. So, you know, give it a try. And JD's daddy takes another pot.
Joe Daddy's daddy.
And here in the chat, we got Damien. He says her slow playing shows weakness, which means that Damien is going to be in the next lineup. Going to go ahead and show us how fast playing shows strength. Go ahead and put the information up there for Mallory, please, so Damien knows how to get in to the action. And anyone else that is interested in joining this game or any of our other Dallas streams, go ahead and reach out to Mallory. Let her know who you are, when you'd like to play. We'll be happy to get you into the lineup.
Yeah, tell her who you're going to crush.
100 to come in, folks.
Welcome to the chat, though. Damien loved the cowboy hat there.
100 to come in.
Jay Diggles back in the saddle after getting bucked off the last one. Queen 9 of clubs up against the King Jack of hearts here for Benham, who is going to make the call. And Ryan, who has been a little bit quiet as of late. He wanted to get in there.
God, he wanted that Queen 6 to look like aces. Couldn't make it happen.
Well, I mean, he's been getting buried here tonight. He's been playing, you know, outside of the boundaries of sort of normal, and it hasn't been working out. When it does work out, and you just get to sort of sun run and push people around and at least flop gut shots and overcards and things that you can work with, it's okay. But he's largely just found himself in these zero equity sort of spots, and it hasn't worked out well. Drew says in the chat, is there an end time to the stream? He hopes not. Unfortunately, Drew, bad news. There is an end time. That happens to be 11 p.m. or thereabouts Central Time. So, an hour and a half of poker still coming at you. Fear not. JD here turning the flush and the effective nuts, as Benham cannot make a better hand. JD will show it down and drag the pot, release the nit button, and I think with that we're down to about half the table now extricated from a nit game.
It would have been interesting to see how the Queen 6 played post flop if Ryan decided to see a flop there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's probably grateful that he was out of there. And I said I thought half the table was done with the net game. No, we're down to 2 players. It's PokerMomma versus John for the oh wait, no, excuse me,
No,
Carlos.
I see one more. Yeah, Carlos.
It blended in with his sleeve there. I didn't
with his
see it
red,
for a moment.
with his super red gear tonight.
100 to come in.
Nice holding here for Slick Rick. The King Queen suited. You always love to see that one as a hold'em player. JD loves to see it as well. He's just going to call on the button. Makes a lot of sense too. Slick Rick here, the far and away chip leader at the table. And if you are, you know, sort of in a position where you can play, you know, a small pot with a strong hand, but not the nuts, you definitely take that. Albert wants to know if Slick Rick won 25K. He is not up 25K. No. Okay. No, he is. He's up around that much. Yes, you're right.
I think he's up 21.
You're right. Yes. Yeah. It's close to it. Yep. Because he bought it for the 5, he got stacked, and then he rebought for another 5 and has run that up. All right. So several callers, and then Ryan gonna squeeze big from the straddle with the ace-9-0. And if he gets through Slick Rick here, it might be tough for anyone else to stick around. John H. has shown a propensity to potentially stick it in there with these small pairs, but Slick Rick gonna make the call and invites everyone else to come on in. He says the water's warm. What do you guys think? Absolutely, Drew. We'll get that up for you momentarily. In the middle of a hand, we're going to go ahead and just see the hands and the action as is, but right afterwards, we will get that up for you, if not immediately, very soon. Over to JD, once again, just calling on the button with a very strong hand is going to get the opportunity to call once again, and does so. And now John, who, I mean, this is like a spot where he's like putting all of his chips in.
He's going to. He's
going to.
And he's ahead.
Let's go.
Love this. And you got to think that the King Queens are in there because of who they're going against here with Ryan and the way he's been playing tonight. Just really getting after it with such a wide range.
Well, now here we get the... Oh, it's... Okay, so this is a dead raise.
Dead raise.
And everyone's going to come in. This is a chance for John to quadruple up. If John can quadruple up here,
10-2.
Pocket 5.
Here we go. We got 10-2 in the pot. 4 ways. John all in. Let's go, Tika.
I love this. King high flop. JD, Slick Rick both make top pair, queen kicker, and John is seeing that board and is like, oh, I lose. Ryan also looking at that flop and saying, oh, I lose, as very unlikely that the ace-9 going to find a way to take this one down. Check to Slick Rick. He's going to put a bet up there. 3K into 10. JD, same hand. No club on board, but it's a rainbow flop. He loses to King 10 suited, of which there is one combination. King 10 of diamonds. And pocket 3s, pocket 10s. Outside of that, really not that much to worry about.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
In fact, it's possible that he just has the best hand against something like King Jack.
I tried really hard.
So he makes the call. John, again, not loving this, but still some hope if he can hit a 5. Back and over to Ryan, who has super dust. And while it is only 3K into a pot that would go up to 19, which is a very good price, the 1 overcard to the board is not what you're looking for, especially if somebody has Queen Jack, because cool, you improved to a top pair and now you lose to Broadway. All right, he folds. Here we go. Heads up on the side pot between Slick Rick and JD. It's a 4
roll
on the turn. Whole lot of not much there for John. And as you say, Slick Rick picking up the heart draw. I think there's enough in the middle here for Slick Rick to just stuff this in.
Absolutely.
We have beer.
Beer and wine, I think. Or just beer.
There it is. All in from Slick Rick. And JD now in a spot with top pair, queen kicker, and he's stuck as well. I mean, let's not pretend that JD is concerned about being stuck as far as playing the hand correctly, but
Can we get,
he's got 9.4K in his stack. He's already down like 10. Does he want to put this in there?
You have. I didn't say I would partake.
Do it for the stream.
It's kind of tough to find a hand that beats him. Pocket threes make some sense. Pocket tens, but how often does his opponent have that?
Yeah.
And he actually beats some value. King Jack of Hearts, King Jack of anything.
Oh, God bless America.
Wow, he lets it go. I mean, we're gonna see Rick's hand anyways. There it is, King Queen of Hearts, and JD shakes his head, but did realize he's getting free-rolled. Excuse me. Run it 2 times. No 5. One last chance for glory. Can John find a 5? He can!
Does!
He can!
Oh, holy cannoli.
And John is... He just put his rebuy chips away. He had 5K and rebuy chips out. He just stuffed them right back in his bag. He's like, nope, don't need those.
Hey, that's not the lesson learned. The lesson learned for you is punish.
Yeah, I thought maybe the 5 of hearts might weasel its way out there, but the black 5 falls from the sky.
Yeah, the one outer. The old
And of
one
course,
outer.
they probably still run it twice if JD calls. You know, I don't know. They'd be in for the other pot.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
No lines.
Regardless, the 5 of spades, the one card that saves John, it does come. Slick Rick, who has had a pretty good run here, is only going to win 5,500 instead of a lot more.
Smooth. Still.
That is crazy.
Camilla says, I don't get how they ran that last part 2 times. Well, it is a little bit eyebrow raising. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it, because at any given point in a hand, the players that are in the hand have the right to determine sort of how they're going to play it out. Once the last player is eliminated and you're down to just heads up for the rest of the pot, they can run it 2 or 3 times if they want to.
Yeah, and the players have to be all in that instance. For the original pot, they were effectively all in. John was already all in, so that was all he can win if they decided to run it twice there. He does not get to get rid of his knit button though, because that was the bottom board.
No, I was saying I can't believe I
Yeah.
misclicked.
It is a little bit weird though, always, when you're the guy that gets out of the pot, and then as soon as you're out, your money's in there, but now your cards aren't, and they're like, cool, let's run it a billion times, just like chop up that guy's money. It doesn't feel great, I get it. But it's allowed. And if you really wanted to fight for your money, then you would have called, or you would have raised, or you would have whatever to be in there, and then you would have been part of the decision. So, you know, you got to give and take.
Yeah, we welcome the discussion though, Kamala. Thank you for being part of the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Diego here in the chat said Rick can be flatting Ace King O. I challenge you on that one.
I challenge him on that one as well.
You did?
I don't think JD was putting that hand into consideration there.
Yeah, Ace King, not part of the calculation. Not to say it could never happen, just that the frequency at which it would happen is very, very low.
And not from Slick Rick, right?
And that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying that Slick Rick would never do it. It's just that it would be such a low frequency event that you basically can discount it, right? Like if somebody came to you and was like, all right, we need to make a decision. It's life or death. Do we do A or B? A is 99, B is 1 in terms of like success. and you're like, well, it could be B, so we should pick B. I mean, you're not like winning in the long run with that choice. So Slick Rick is not flatting Ace King there often enough for you to consider that as part of your fold. But the pocket tens, the pocket threes, the king 10 suited, of which there was one combination. Those are the ones that you're thinking about.
Actually, I'm good. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, Slick Rick, he's gotta water his dog. So.
He's gotta go check the air on his tires.
Yeah, dude, something. I got a call from my great uncle once removed. Needs a loan real quick.
Your turn. Your turn.
Tom G in the chat says can't put him on threes either, given the pre-flop betting pattern. Set of tens is what he had to put him on. There was the king 10 of diamonds. There's the set of tens. I don't know that threes can be ruled out. Because if you look back on it, there was like that call, raise, call, right? Like the way that the calling went, and Slick Rick did instigate the calling. So maybe the threes don't make it in there very often as well. That's a fair point. But he's got a lot of chips. He's been running pretty good. Maybe he knows if I call with pocket threes, I get 2 calls behind me and makes the pot even bigger for when I do hit my set. That is not out of the realm of possibility. I think that makes a lot of sense, and I really wouldn't rule out threes altogether. So I think you're on a good path there, Tom, and maybe you're absolutely right, but I would tend to give him some threes.
Pass the line, so I think that's considered a bet too, right?
Speaking of threes, PokerMomma here, now with a chance to set mine if she wants to come in for another 800. She has dwindled to 3,400. We know she has more than that. It's not quite 1,000 or around 1,000 more than that, so call it 4,400. She is going to put in the 800 though. And now it's over to Ryan to close the action with Jack 10-0 into a 4-way pot, and he will do so. Broadway is heavily represented, and PokerMomma holding down the fort with pocket trays, red variety. 4 ways to a flop.
Big flop here.
Top for Carlos. 1 pair for Ryan and a gut shot, up and downer. Gut shot to Broadway, but up and down to the 8 for JD. Backdoor spades. PokerMomma is looking at this and is like, yeah, cool. No, I'm done. Y'all can play for this one. Carlos gonna bet 1,200 after Ryan checks, and over to JD. 1,200 actually not a bad price given what's already in there. The only challenging aspect of this is that he's got PokerMomma behind and Ryan who checked from out of position, both of whom could have some sort of holdings that will bet you out of the pot. But can't really go folding right now, so he does make the call for 12. And now back to Ryan, Jack 10. Has the Jack of Hearts, 3 to a royal.
It's a WPT, it's 3,800.
But pretty dusty, let's be honest.
2 starting fights and 4 days till the final table.
Ryan, though, ready to get lucky with the dust, makes the call. Swelling to 8,000.
Are you actually French?
And it's another ace on the turn for Carlos.
Yeah, king no longer an option for JD.
And if we aren't all in as Carlos, I don't know who I am. As Ryan here, gonna go ahead and check it over.
I actually played him way back in France. And since I moved here, I haven't seen him. Because he made me play Cincinnati and maybe Vegas, but I've never seen him.
Yeah, he was on the
XP
ship.
Gaming Pro. Who at the table are pros other than Slick Rick? Not gonna go ahead and just out everybody because honestly, I don't really know.
Highly recommend.
But I do know that there's a lot of experience at this table, and you'd be hard pressed to get in there and show them who's boss.
Next year.
Carlos does not go all in. He bets almost exactly half his stack for 3,500. And I don't know who I am. Who am I? Eric?
Who are
Who
you?
I am? I don't know who I am.
I get one more green key, please.
Casey, I'm sure your son loves seeing you on.
He's Aaron freaking McAvoy. That's who he is. Words are hard.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You reminded me because Carlos did go all in and has, in some way, form, or another, actually invited a call from any of these players. Of course, they have to know that he has a very strong hand, but Ryan is potentially going to take this as a bet of weakness and line up in the punt formation.
Yeah, Carlos has the nit button. Maybe he's weak.
Oh no, Ryan does. He torches it. He's drawing dead.
Drawn absolutely dead.
That's a big one.
He sees the ace king and he's like, "Cool, I just went all into the effective nuts."
How about quads?
You know, at least I lost full house to quad. Like I had a full house. I had a full house. But Ryan is going to go down to the belt, and Carlos going to chip up over 20K himself. 2-2-2. Let's go.
JD, where the fuck were you?
He's over there talking trash to JD, saying, "Where the F were you? I want your money too."
Quad aces.
Nice hand. Yeah, going back into the chat a little bit, Brandon was asking about Slick Rick's chip stack. I know during that hand there, and still he had 37.3 thousand in that crazy looking flying V stack of his. 10,000 of that is his. The rest is profit tonight. So he's had a hell of a night, up over 27,000.
Yeah, and we got some needles in the chat. Braden and SDE toe. Why? And I don't know about that shove. I mean, it's easy enough for us because we're able to see the cards. What I would say is that anytime, whether it's Carlos or anyone else, anytime you are facing a big bet on flop and turn into the field, right? Multiple players on a board, ace high with that texture. It doesn't really feel like second pair is ever good to me. And again, I get it. You're at the table. You're stuck. You're trying to find a good spot where somebody's bluffing, somebody's trying to run one over on you, and hey, I got the goods. That just wasn't the spot. Not for Ryan. Not that time.
And then there were two. It is PokerMomma versus John H with the nit buttons.
King on the turn.
Who you got?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with PokerMomma.
All right, I'll take John, just for shits and giggles. But what do you say? A Taco Bell / other local excursion next time we see each other.
Next time we're in the same town, absolutely, man.
Oh, all right, it's on. I got John, you got PokerMomma.
Pretty good start.
Slick Rick here, flopping the joint. Definitely not going to be losing the nit button to John H, barring some sort of horrifying run out for Slick Rick, of which he could stand to burden. John H, though, with the nit button, trying to win, flopping top. Going to be tough for him to get away from this. And yeah, Slick Rick going to raise immediately. And there are so many like pair and a gut shot or flush draw or pair and a flush draw sort of combinations here. John H very likely to, unfortunately, get buried. But he's not out of the woods yet. 3% equity we can see.
There is hope. Oh, Slick Rick can't get his chips in fast enough.
Yeah, John shoves into the nuts and needs a miracle run out. Drop a deuce in the chat if you think the miracle run out can happen, and it's already over. Oh wait, they're running it twice. Okay. Killed none of his outs other than a chop out. So needs a 10, an ace, a pair. Okay,
9.
Board pair needs a 10 or a 9. Pair, 9, pair, 9, pair. And it's gone.
And Slick Rick is going to win another 5,000 in profit. Another 10K pot going his way.
I'm not playing a single hand.
You know, they're saying they're not playing a hand with him. The kid got dusted last week. He got dusted this week. The 6th hand of the night. He was to the felt, Aaron.
First orbit, he was down.
First orbit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not fair.
but he is just running it up.
Yeah, he's got over 40K in front of him, and yeah, he's doing pretty good. Pretty good for himself, as those chips that John was sort of very pleased to stuff back into the bag are now back out on the felt, and he's still part of the net game. Our wager is still on, and I dare say that even if the 10 o'clock hour Central Time comes and goes, I'm sticking around until I know who wins, because I need some Taco Bell in my life.
Absolutely.
Albert, Braden, Tony, excuse me, Tom. That's a Tom, not a Tony. Everybody recognizing that, Slick Rick here running pretty good tonight.
Must have been a card read, something there. It just said PokerMomma folded King Jack of clubs.
Yeah, that's going to be a misread. They do happen, especially in the 1 and the 9 seat, the burn over there next to PokerMomma, so something just not quite right. King Jack of clubs never getting folded from even early position. Here we go though, 4 players to a flop. It's Jack High for Benham. Far and away the best hand. Ryan here does have a gut shot straight flush draw to continue with.
Yeah, we know he would never fold the 5-deuce of hearts. In fact, he's going to raise it up, Aaron.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, especially with the cold caller, not cold caller, the caller in between from John. John here hoping that he's just going to get to heads up with the second pair. No real opportunities to improve, but maybe he's got the best hand. So he makes the call for 275, but the raise to 1075 from Ryan makes a ton of sense because his hand is quite strong in terms of draw equity, but it's just 5 high. So if everybody folds and he wins with 5 high, he could high five everyone in the room, you know, call his mama, just everything is great winning with 5 high. As it stands, he does get called by Benham with the top, and we're going to go heads up to a turn after John folds his garbage.
I lost so much that trip that I need.
I really need to know if that King Jack was folded, damn it.
Did he make a deep run there?
Yeah, no chance, no chance.
Oh, wow.
Who's that?
I appreciate the pump up there, Jedi Master Ted. Definitely do appreciate that. But let's see how we proceed here. Ryan going to continue firing 1800 now, and this is fresh off of a stackening as well. So this is a fresh 10K buy-in. Shades are on, hat is backwards. The old whatever that is, the chest pack, the bag, I don't know what you call it. Gucci bag, it's on. He's got it strapped on his back now, and he bricks everything real hard. Backdoor spades get there, but I don't know how many front door spades raise the flop, but he's all in. And Benham is never folding this hand.
He's not.
You win. Fuck me, man. Oh my goodness. How many times am I going to brick out? I am out of here.
Seat open.
Yeah. Tough night here for Ryan. He's done his best to bring the action. He's done a very good job of it. It just hasn't worked out for him. And
he's still gonna have some chips, Aaron.
he does have some chips. He's announced seat open, and maybe that will be the case, maybe not. But the bottom line is that when you're the guy that brings the action, when you're the guy that's like, I'm going to show up and I'm going to play some blackjack hands. I'm going to play some, you know, suited 5-gappers because, like, YOLO. And then it doesn't, you just don't connect the boards, or every time you make a gut shot straight flush draw, you don't improve. Yeah, it's frustrating. It's frustrating, and it's understandable. So, Ryan, we feel you, man. And we're proud of you for bringing the game and doing your best, but yeah, hasn't quite worked out. The knit game is still in effect between PokerMomma and John, so let's not lose sight of that fact.
That's what I heard. I never actually.
Brayden says he's got some big balls. That is true.
Huevos grande.
Wants to know what GTO has to say about that. We're going to move on. We don't need to talk about GTO right there. However, if you ever do see that flop with 5-deuce of hearts, I'll tell you what the solver is going to do with it. Ain't going to play it like a pussy.
Spoken like a nuclear physicist.
With 2 rings strapped on my mitt.
More rings than Tom Brady.
Not at all. That is not at all true. I would love to have more circuit rings than Tom Brady.
No, you and me both. Speaking of, I'm excited about the roast that they're going to do for Tom Brady coming up on the 5th. The roast of Tom Brady is going to be happening, and it sounds like there's going to be a bunch of great people roasting his winning butt. So, looking forward to that.
Ooh, we have an opportunity for John to potentially win the knit game. That's my horse. Let's go ace king. Ace king. Ace in the window, baby.
Gosh dang it. I got backdoor diamonds. Let's go, Brian.
Hey, had opportunities, but John is going to put out a wager.
ZeFish, don't you dare fold. There we go.
How could he? He's drawing to 2 outs. If he hits a 10, I call shenanigans.
Let's see. How about a queen for a sweat?
A jack. Okay. Chop at best.
Some chop opportunities. Oh, that's never gonna chop. You son of a gun.
Yeah, let's go. You owe me a delicious meal.
I'm gonna see if I can't get PokerMomma to pay it out.
You want PokerMomma to pay out not only the knit game, but my Taco Bell bet?
But the Taco Bell. Because I swear I saw the King Jack get folded, and that's on her, damn it.
No, she's not folding King Jack with the knit button. It's not real.
It's not real. Birds are not real.
Dude, fake news, man. Fake news.
The earth is flat. We live in a bubble, or whatever the hell they call it. God dang, somebody tried to get me in a rabbit hole last week, Aaron, about flat earth, or we live in some sort of a weird bubble thing, but the earth is, I don't know.
A bubble thing?
Yeah,
Nice.
I don't
Okay.
even know. There's a word for it. I don't even want to go down that.
A simulation? Not a simulation.
Oh, yeah.
He was like peripherally associated with
Okay.
he was like an advisor or something. Well, he was on their website.
Well, PokerMomma did indeed lose the knit game to the tune of 2 $400 splash spots, this being the first of them.
If there are better tacos in your area, or if you're up here, we will eat better than Taco Bell. How about that?
Perfect. I do not have any qualms about that.
Sounds
Whether she pays for it or not, I am happy to eat better tacos than Taco Bell.
Fantastic.
As it stands, we do have a raise to 450 here. ZeFish with the 10-9-0 says, you know what? We got people raising to 75 and calling. There's $400 in dead money in there. Get out of here, bro. PokerMomma says those are my $400. I'm calling. King 8 of clubs. Venom, surprisingly, not in there with the suited connector. 6-5 of hearts by the wayside. John, though, is in there. And we're going to go 3 players to a flop. PokerMomma far and away the best of it for whatever reason with the King 8 of clubs. And nobody connecting in any way with this board.
Can you focus on quad aces over here again, please? Stop being distracted by JD.
Book check. $7.75.
ZeFish continues after 3-betting, and he's going to win with the 10 high. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy, 2240. Headed into the stack. 19K for him.
Yeah, so since the DA won't touch it, like I did, just do whatever they want. Like, I mean, put it on. Rumor is that there's like on there that
Slick Rick up 32K. Brian up 16K. Carlos up 4,500.
And just like that, RJ Dupree has joined me in the booth, Aaron.
Yeah,
RJ,
what's up, fellas?
What's up, dog? Welcome to the stream, sir.
Thank you. Got some guys splashing around tonight with the lady I see.
That's right. Very fantastic lineup here. Nothing but action, and Slick Rick paving the way for a tremendous win after getting stacked early on. We had the Nick game just finish up and go into potentially the 7-deuce game coming back on, but without a conversation about it, JD is just going to have to fold his 7-deuce, as you don't really get to do one of those, by the way, guys, are we playing the 7-deuce game?
Yeah.
And then raise.
And then raise. And flop a gut shot, you know.
Yeah. Definitely would have played it, and did play it earlier. So RJ, the sort of the hand of the night was JD versus Brian, the newest player on the stream, to his immediate right, playing a gigantic pot. JD bluffing with 7-deuce high, getting called down by pocket fives.
Whoa!
For like effective third pair or whatever it was, just YOLO.
Yeah,
and
awesome.
took it down. It was amazing. So
nice.
Yeah. Good stuff happening here on TCH Live. And with that, the we're going to go ahead and see the RFIs here on screen for hand number 79. And I'm Aaron McAvoy. I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way so that RJ and Eric can go ahead and cast it the rest of the way. You guys have a good rest of the evening. And Eric, I look forward to our delicious taco meal the next time I see you.
Best date you'll have in a while, buddy.
Something tells me that's not true, but I'm going to enjoy the meal nonetheless.
For your sake, I hope it's not.
Have a good night, brother.
All right, you guys take care, and thank you to everybody tuning in. I'll see you next time here on Tuesday, TCH Live. Take care, everybody. Good night.
Later.
Well, RJ Duprizzle is going to join me for the next hour here.
I bring rockets with me.
You bring the rockets. This is the first pocket rockets sighting of the night. So
Nice.
thank you for bringing aces to the table. And John's going to say thank you because John's not been running good tonight either. So
I do what I can.
And just like that, he's going to have to take down the tiniest of pots with his aces. But it's better than getting stacked, baby.
Try again.
Well, and tell you what, when these numbers come up in a second, RJ, and you see the stack, the actual number, what's in front of Slick Rick.
That's a good-looking stack there in the 6th seat.
By the way, Slick Rick got stacked, got felted on hand number 6 tonight. Bought back in for the 5K, so he's in for 10.
Thank you.
Then it took off.
And then it just took off. Carlos, who recently chipped up to 21,000. Slick Rick's holding down at 42.6. He is up 32.6K tonight.
Woo.
Is that not just nasty?
Nasty. We always know he's capable of it. Had a rough go, I believe, last week.
Very rough go at it last week. He was actually out here playing 1-2 before the stream, joking around about how he's trying to build his bankroll. I think he's done an okay job of building that bankroll back up tonight.
That's a nice little a bankroll builder. I played a little 1-2 before coming in today for about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Kings cracked 3 times. so that put me in an awesome mood. I thought that was rather rude. So then I was like, I'm going to go commentate, hang out with my friend Eric.
Kings cracked 3 times.
Yep. All 3 times it was a 3-bet. Twice it was a 3-bet back to me. Once it was a 4-bet back to me. let's get it in there.
Good
No good
go.
against ace king twice. And the third one was kings versus queens versus tens
10 ball.
for a massive pot, 10 high flop. Yep.
10 high flop. Good gracious.
I thought that was rather rude.
All right. Well, JD feels your pain tonight. John H feels your pain tonight.
Right.
Ryan in seat 3 really feels your pain tonight,
Right.
as he has really dusted off some chips tonight. But he has brought the action like he always does. So we are going to continue to welcome Ryan on the stream because he's a fun one.
Yeah, always. That's all right. We've all been there, right? We've had to enjoy that party a time or two. Could see some diamond on diamond violence here as we get the 3-bet from ace jack suited.
There's that 100 you asked me to put in. You can just put that off this side. Yeah. Well, no, it stands out.
Slick Rick is going to try to continue his good run. Not sure he wants to battle the big stack to his left. Yeah, knit button game is not currently on, although PokerMomma never relinquished hers. She did lose the last knit button game. Been pretty card dead. She was up about $2,000 earlier with no really good cards. She had kings once, won a real small hand, but she was playing pretty well. VPIP was low because of that card distribution, but just not been her night so far. But we have seen her win some big pots real quick on this stream before, so we're definitely not counting out Miss Casey there in seat 9.
Yeah, Tuesday night, these heaps will move around at any moment. And we've got some heaps tonight.
We really do. I mean, this is one of the nights where we've had the most money on the table in a while. Loving seeing this, especially for a game that started out as a 5-5 or a 5-10-25 game.
Pocket 9s on the button for Benham.
There we go. He's chipped up to 17.5K after Ryan just dusted off that last stack to him. Ryan was fresh on a $9,900 rebuy and just blasted into Benham at the wrong time.
Woo.
He's down to his last 1.5K here.
Pretty rough flop for the both of them. Ryan lands a pair on the turn. This may just go check, check. Pocket 9's going to take it down in a showdown.
Ryan hit a pair and definitely thought better about blasting off into his opponent again.
Summer, so I gotta have to build it up somehow.
It's just pink. It's just pink.
I think we got our little numbers down there fixed tonight too, with the pre-flop raises, the aggression frequency, and all that stuff. I think we got it sussed out. Haven't heard from Mark Wee about it tonight.
No
so.
more zeros, and Wee's not even here to talk about it.
The mediocre poker has been in the chat though tonight.
Ryan,
okay.
See the 100 going? One time. See the 100 going?
XP Gaming Pro meant to answer your question earlier. Which is better, TCH Dallas or TCH Social? Pretty loaded question there, or at least a question that you're going to get a lot of different answers for. This is the original TCH that's in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're having a anniversary, and I'll put that up here in just a second for TCH Social. May 3rd, 2 days from tomorrow, they're going to hit their 1-year anniversary.
1 year old.
So it's the newer club. It's got the restaurant. It's got the bar. The tables spread a little bit differently at both clubs. We'll get into that in a minute. We're going to let this hand play out, though. A couple of 7-deuces. A raise and a call, so I imagine the 7-deuce game is back on here, RJ.
At least they're acting like it.
Absolutely. All in.
All in from Ryan.
We're rooting for you, Ryan. We don't want to see you go.
King 10. He's going to be up against Rick's ace 10. So he's going to be
I'm sure he wants to fold.
on the rough side of it here.
You said fold?
Yeah, fold.
Some would call it dominated pre-flop.
I think
Yeah. I'm about to
He's going to have 25% equity.
Just how good are you?
Oh, he.
Everything? You got
And this has been Ryan's night. He's getting called down by a dominating hand. Slick Rick's going to turn over 2 clubs. So spades are live for Ryan. The king is live.
I had the same hand.
I know you did.
Carlos and Benham sharing the thoughts of their 7-deuce.
That's
Ooh.
No, I'm just a bad player.
Ace, king, 4 on the flop.
He's got to hit another king.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Got to hit another king or some running straight cards. That is not going to do it. Oh, queen ball. Rough night for Ryan. Really brought the action tonight. If he does decide to call it a night, we can say he gave it hell for sure. Ryan's always a fun one. I know you've dealt to him quite a bit.
Yeah, Ryan is good for the game. He's a fun guy to be around. And we love him on the stream, and he'll be back next time. He'll get some chips stacking.
Absolutely.
It just happens to be the night for Slick Rick.
With another 2,000 plus in profit for Slick Rick. Just crazy run good night for him. Braden Limke in the chat saying, let's get some TCH Minnesota.
Minnesota in the house.
You know, they got Texas Roadhouse. Why not have Texas Card House? All over the place, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
We can go a lot of places.
And it is Texas Hold'em that's the main game. So let's branch out.
I mean, they named the game after us.
Rick is definitely getting some hella footage for Instagram and his thirst traps. Good looking son of a gun, heck of a poker player. Needed this good run tonight after he was getting just toasted last week.
Yeah, Rick's been the man on Instagram, and when he puts up a lot of his highlights, sometimes it's you and me doing the blabbering.
Sometimes it's you and I doing the blabbering.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. So yeah, we appreciate that, Rick. Thanks for.
Yeah, if you're not following him, Slick Rick Poker, RIC. It's actually short for Eric, so you know he's cool.
Gotta be.
Gotta be. Yeah, he puts out some great content.
Yeah, we got some PokerMomma does some good content as well. Some fun Instagrammers here tonight.
Ooh, big flop here.
2 pair for Benham.
Carlos in trouble.
Carlos top pair and a gut shot.
And these are 2 of our bigger stacks as well. 17.7 effective between the 2 of them.
Yeah, I had the biggest pot in my life, and then I also.
Oh, nasty. It is another diamond.
So Freddie, who was the biggest action player at the table.
All the aces come out. Benham's going to bet a little bit here.
This is going to get nasty.
Carlos with the insta-muck. Doesn't want to mess with
muck
it.
For Carlos. Soul read, maybe?
Soul read.
Didn't want to see the next card. Uh-oh, we frozen up. All right, I thought we froze up for a second there.
We're trying not to.
What a fold. Are you guys folding the trip aces there with a card to come?
Yeah.
That was an interesting
Interesting
fold there for Carlos.
Yeah,
But
and then he had Jack.
Carlos told Benham when he had 7-deuce, and right there he told him when he had ace-jack. He's insta-muck and on to the next one.
I think I should get away from it just because I think against me he has less bluffs than he does against other players.
another big hand here, brewing. Some suited canooters.
Suited canooters taking on jacks and 7s.
I just want to sit in front of that stack and pretend it's mine. Look at that thing.
I want to take an Instagram picture with the stack.
Right?
They were talking about it. I mean, he didn't make it sound like it was super clear cut.
Unfortunately, people will know it's not mine.
Michael Burke said he's not folding.
Lot of opportunities for some disaster on this flop. Let's see what happens here.
Queen, deuce, 4, rainbow, trying to not bring the pain.
So I think I can.
Everyone has a pair now.
Just one over to the jacks. Checks around, though. Spades are available.
John H., 4, 5 of spades, picks up that flush draw.
He's trying to get some money back. He's going to put a wager out.
3. Cost 375 both times.
Carlos not ready to go away yet, but the 9 of spades on the river. Bingo, bango. That'll be a flush for John.
1,300 in the pot.
straddles on, plays so shallow sometimes.
Carlos make another disciplined fold here.
Like, I like the beauty and the art of the game. I like deep stack. I like to watch deep stack games.
I mean, even if we're
Instead of
straddling
playing a
100,
50
like,
big blind.
everyone's like, you know, we have like 10, 15.
I call.
That's still 100 bigs, whereas like a lot of theirs is like.
Nice hand there for John.
Yeah, you're suddenly.
Carlos makes the call there, a little disgusted, but just not a good run out for him. Much needed pot there for John.
It's one of those pots where you know something silly happened, but you just can't quite let it go. And indeed, it went runner, runner, flush for John.
Another thing we're not used to seeing, JD down there at minus 16K tonight. Been a rough night for the J Diggles, but we know he will be back and be building stacks through others, I'm sure.
Joe Daddy does not spend time in the cellar very long. He will definitely be back.
I think some of the players at the table don't get to, but I think I get to. Holding it since.
Jiggities are out again.
Yeah, there are the jiggities again. PokerMomma also on the socials quite a bit, so check her out. If you haven't already, she has been a tournament crusher and playing really well in a lot of live streams as well. Putting out some good content.
Yeah, you know, several months ago she went on that tournament run. Won back-to-back rings at Choctaw, and lately she's been on a cash game run that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and of course cashed in a couple more events that she's played in, so plays and has a big fan in her son who roots hard for her, and she likes to celebrate those wins with him, which is so cool to see. Mom and son celebrating big wins. But our big winner tonight with a stack of 44,000 is Slick Rick, and he's going to raise it up here with the Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Raise looks like 600. 6 is right.
JD stuck a little bit, so he will 3-bet this time with his pocket fives from the blind. He's in the big blind position.
Yeah, that's right. She cashed on the, what was that, a WPT poker cruise they just had?
She sure did, yeah.
That's right.
Final table finish.
Vance Poker reminding us about that. Thank you.
Ace, Jack, 8. Not the best flop for either player. We'll see what Slick Rick does with this middle pair.
Jonathan Little's coached him that you can't be folding pairs on a flop to a single bet.
See what kind of mood JD's in here. Another ace here on the river. So that may strengthen the hand for Slick Rick a bit.
He is going to try to get some value, knowing that his jack is probably good here.
1,200 into 2,000.
Solid lay down there for JD. Only beats a bluff. Slick Rick going to take down another $1,000 in profit. Wow. Drew has been one of our most active chatters tonight. It's going to let us know that Brian, seat 7, also cashed big on the cruise, winning the super high roller.
That sounds like a good one to hit.
$306,000. So awesome info there. Thank you, Drew, for sharing that. And what a hit for Brian.
5, 10,
Yeah, this Tuesday night stream does not mess around, folks. We got some celebrities coming in here to entertain you guys. So make sure you're smashing that like button. Click subscribe. Do not want to miss it.
Yeah, we always have a good combo of, pro players, guys that just play for a living. Obviously, we've got the Instagram and stream type folks that put out a lot of really good content that come on here. So, they're poker celebrities. And then we've got, just some recreational players as well that come out and splash around. So it's always a good mix of players. And if you're somebody who wants to get in on this action and, is willing to splash around, we'd love to have you out. We've definitely had some people, chime in and say, hey, how can I play and get them on. So we will put that info up again if you're interested in playing on one of these Tuesday night streams.
Boy, the cards have not been boring for Slick Rick since I've been watching. Ace-Jack and the cutoff. Normally that's pretty good a hand. He's facing a 3-bet and a caller here.
Raise 1,600 is the bet.
Yeah, this is awesome to see because this is not a small stack to his left. Brian has been pretty card dead, hasn't gotten out of line tonight, and Slick Rick is going to 4-bet him.
The 4-bet with Ace-Jack. Now, puts John in an interesting spot here. 7K behind already, 2,500 out there.
I mean, they are just getting run over tonight. Another almost $1,000 going Slick Rick's way.
Sometimes the hardest part's just stacking them.
Have we seen someone run this good? Of course, you've not been here for the whole stream, and I know you'll catch up, but for somebody to run up a basically 10K buy-in to almost 50K, it's been a minute since we've seen a run like this. So epic run for Slick Rick. Still got, a good 45, 50 minutes left of streaming. Anything can happen here. These chips are in play. As you see, he 4-bet there with an Ace-Jack off. He has not got those things locked up.
They are not locked up.
Raise 125 is the bet. Votes.
So Carlos gets to raise now with his suited Ace-6. Slick Rick will take this one off.
Calls 125. Calls 125. I got 3.
ZeFish in there with a diaper. 6, 4, 8. Carlos lands middle pair. That'll be enough to continue.
DJ Danny back in the day, hell yeah, he had a really good session on here.
Friend of the stream, Harvey Castro, chiming in the chat. Sending Eric some fire emoji.
I'm going to pretend he's talking about me, but we know he's talking about Slick Rick here.
You always get fire emoji.
Well deserved.
You want pink or black and green?
In all my 4,000 Instagram posts, I've only received the fire emoji once.
What?
I'm ready for some fire.
Shout out to you, RJ. You and Mr. Danny Marks, the professional himself, did a hell of a job last night on our Even Bigger One stream.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys did a great job. Fun stream, fun final table. They ended up chopping 3 ways, but it was a battle up until that point. So a lot of fun.
Yeah, enjoyed the battle there. 3 players turned a $300 buy-in into more than $30,000. That tournament happens monthly here at Texas Card House Dallas, so you don't get to play for that very often on a $300 buy-in.
Yeah, absolutely.
200. It was kind of.
Was it 50K was the up top, and they decided to chop 3 ways, and they each got a little over 33,000.
Yep, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
King high.
What a tourney.
Yep, shout out to Chuck, Sardine, and Ryan, the 3 big winners of this event that we finished off yesterday.
Did you find out any info about Chuck, where he was from or anything? Or
not really, but I did find out that he's a fan of TCH Live. He often watches the streams and checks us out.
Heck yeah.
And I believe he said he lives in Arlington, if I heard that
Okay, good
correctly. So yeah, he's from around here, even though we don't know much about him. And by golly, he's a fan of the show and got himself a big lick.
He sure did. Talked a little bit about TCH Social and that anniversary. Here it is, the 1-year anniversary celebration on May 3rd, coming up in just a couple of days. They're going to, I guess, unveil a new food and drink menu. They're going to give away some merchandise, some splash pots throughout the day. Food and drink specials. Complimentary champagne toast going to happen at 7 p.m. on May 3rd. So go on out to TCH Social over in Las Colinas to help celebrate the 1-year Annie.
Yeah, we're all very happy.
250.
Were you checking to see if I was in?
Yeah.
Cost 250.
I'm waiting for you.
Love to see it. Slick Rick sticking around here. He's going to ride this run good for a hot minute.
Man, he is going to battle JD. Really good flopper, JD. Bet and
Slick
fold.
Rick with the deuce 3 of spades. The clean diaper, it often lands absolutely nothing on the flop, as it does here. So a quick fold, and we'll be on to the next one.
And if you want to come out and battle the likes of Slick Rick, PokerMomma, Pokerface Ash, Wolfgang, Randy 3Coin, some of those folks that are regulars here with JD, obviously the crusher, this is how you get on our stream. Contact the lovely Miss Mallory. There's her info. You can also find a link throughout the chat on how to get on any of the streams that TCH does: Austin, Dallas, Houston, and now the Rio Grande Valley.
Yeah, a lot of people were talking about Rio Grande Valley having a wild final table a couple of nights ago in their tournament. So it was fun to see that stream was making some noise. And then our own stream last night made a little noise as well with myself and Danny Marks on the commentary. And man, Danny's pretty sharp. When you get an opportunity to listen to that guy talk poker, you want to listen because it is good stuff.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier. There's some words he actually said that just were not part of my vernacular that I got to go back and watch that stream. Yeah, I picked up a lot of info. I mean, he's been playing tournaments. He's been playing poker for a long time. I've been playing poker for a long time, but the studying is something that I just really haven't done enough of, and you can tell the difference with the way he talks, and obviously the results speak for themselves with a guy like Danny Marks. But really great to see you and Danny do that stream last night, and the chat really loved a lot of his input. Of course, your input as well. You've been around the game a long time as well, but
yeah, he's fantastic. When you get around those guys that can speak the game at another level, at that top level, it is pretty cool. And it, like you said, it's almost a different language when you're hearing them sometimes. It's pretty awesome.
I'm sure you've seen this live, but I've never seen this live.
X Gaming Pro, I think it's just we've got enough of these studios already kind of built up, and we're not going to do more than one. I don't think in the same town, but trying to get at least one stream going up in all of our towns, that we have locations in.
So yeah, for the instance of Dallas, the TCH Dallas location and the TCH Social, they're not very far from each other, so it's a lot of the same players enjoying this stream here in Dallas.
Oh, look at here. Bluey and Danny up in the chat.
What up, Daniel Marks?
That's what we're here for, brother, making you blush.
Oh, no, I'm good. I don't have honey.
Is that tequila?
You want a drink?
Pocket 10's able to take that one down again for Slick Rick. Trying to find a spot to put those chips.
Yeah, anybody who's watching the chat from towns outside of Dallas, if you're thinking about coming and playing poker in Texas, you can find a TCH location almost every major city in Texas. We've got Houston has 2 locations, north of Houston in Spring, and then Houston proper has one. We've got the 2 here in Dallas. We've got 1 in Austin. And if you're hanging out near the coast, down near the Rio Grande Valley, Edinburgh, Texas, which isn't far from South Padre Island, go play some cards down there. That's a really cool club as well. and they do great things down there. So TCH is a big brand, and you will get the action wherever you go if you play at a Texas Card House.
Heads up. Jacks for Benham, King Jack for Slick Rick.
Sometimes it happens.
It's the first hand we've seen Slick Rick in any sort of trouble tonight.
Yeah, pretty much whiffs the flop here, down to 20% equity against the 80% equity of Benham. Rick's going to go ahead and lead out, see what's going on here with this paired board.
Just kind of hoping for a little sweat card, a little heart there, but
a deuce of diamonds.
Got a little duty on the turn.
So Rick will check it over to Benham here, and Benham's got to feel good about his jacks now.
Did you want a ring? I did, yeah.
That wouldn't be Harvey throwing a little shade, would it?
Yeah, I wanted an online one.
Harvey picking on Danny Marks in the chat.
Says Danny Marks is my favorite retired pro poker player.
It's good to see the crushers picking on each other every now and then.
A lot of people don't actually.
Yeah, not sure about the San Antonio location. I know that area does have some good clubs. I actually lived down there for a few months back in 2022 and 2023. I was working for a company and got to play in San Antonio at some of the local clubs. I'm sure that's on the radar.
Oh, did they move it?
New Jersey.
But
yeah, XP Gaming Pro was asking about the difference between TCH Dallas and TCH Social, and I think it's pretty unique that the two clubs are close to one another, but they offer a variety of games, and the buy-ins are a little different at each location. So typically, the 1-2 game at Dallas will run a little deeper than the 1-2 game at Social, and so forth. And Social will offer a 2-2 PLO game with a $600 cap, as well as 2-5 PLO with a $1,500 cap, where Dallas will offer a PLO game where you're 1-2 come in for 5, but they match the stack. So that game also super deep. So typically, the Dallas games will run a little deeper, and the Social Club a little more social.
And speaking of action,
nasty flop here.
We couldn't have asked for a better flop with these two hands. JD has smashed the board with top pair in a heart draw, 51% equity. Benham, though, has two pair, and he's just going to come in for a raise right away.
Look at this race.
It would have been nice to know a year in advance or 6 months.
This could get nasty.
Maybe I'll come out early for that. That
JD kind of gave him the stank eye over there.
makes sense to come out. Yeah.
I would love to. I have no
Top pair and a flush draw. Generally worth the stink eye. He's just going to call.
All three dealers tonight have done a great job of, getting a lot of hands out, and man, the action has just been awesome.
4 of diamonds.
A brick on the turn. Does give JD an additional out though with a 4.
Oh, nice. Very cool. What are you gonna do? Like a blog, or what are you gonna do?
Just like a
1500.
like my day in the life or something. Just tag them.
So 1,500 now, the bet from Benham.
Yeah, almost a pot-sized bet. Has a feeling JD might be on some sort of a draw or maybe top pair. Of course, we know he's got both.
Can't wait. Last year's was epic.
Yes, 15.
Generally a ton of equity in a hand like that. Unfortunately, this time he's up against 2 pairs, so you can see with just 1 card to go. He's down to 36%, but that's a lot of outs. King of clubs, that's not one of them.
Yeah. Or like everyone's like, you're the best, thanks for giving back a little to a little man. And then everyone's like, nobody wants any of your action, you super punter. Like, just stuff like that.
Oh, Benham's going to check it back. Check, check.
Super nice.
Check, check. Flopping those bottom 2 pair, and then the 2 overcards come out. Got a little stanky on him.
Yeah, JD glad he played that as slow as he did.
Definitely could have been worse. Even when JD loses a pot on a rough night, he still finds a way to be a stud right there.
Sure.
And loses pretty much the minimum.
What are you, like 23, 24? $50 throw. $50 to come in, so.
Haven't stepped outside the booth much tonight. Sounds like our room's pretty full tonight.
The room was hopping, and I tell you what, that 1-2 game I was on, even though it went a little rough for me, it was a fantastic game. And there were several right around me. The 1-2 games are deep tonight. They are firing. They are in good shape. So if you want to play some 1-2 here at Texas Card House Dallas, they are still firing tonight. And the tournament was good tonight.
Yeah, the bounty tournament. Black chip bounty, right?
Yeah, $300 buy-in, black chip bounty. I think, gosh, they got 67 players or something in that. And they're spewing those black chip bounties and got a good prize up top. I think it was $3,600 or something.
Looks like one of the dealers that dealt you the crushing blow with your kings has joined the chat, Mr. Julian.
Yeah, he's there to verify. Yeah, that was a pretty rough run there, Julian. It wasn't your fault. It was some fun poker hands. Just ended up on the wrong side of those.
Check. Check.
Rick might continue when that ace hit, but he's going to just give up, it looks like, after Carlos called him on the flop.
Yeah, and it's a fun spot for Slick Rick, even this hand. When you're running just that pure and that well, you can almost bet anytime you want, right? So he was able to bet this flop, see what's going on. Carlos called to probably send the signals that he has something.
You know, we were laughing earlier. He got felted, got back another 5K, won a couple of small pots, made what he will admit was a pretty loose, if not bad call with pocket deuces on a river. Just tried to hero call. He walked off the stage, kind of got his composure back.
Yeah.
As he's walking back up on the stage, he says, oh, just in time to win the flip. He gets quad fours on the flip, and it's been Slick Rick's game ever since.
There we go.
So, just turn that sucker on, you know. And that's sometimes you got to do that. You got to regroup, you know.
I mean, we can always make it.
And you got to get a little run good to go with it. But if you're playing good and you're running good, you know, it's a deadly combo. And that's been Mr. Rick tonight for sure.
They're too polite for me. I'm all about it. Go get them.
That's why it's going to be so easy.
Carlos, early position with ace-10, always our favorite. Right behind him.
Did I say the kid was running good?
Slick Rick with the rockets.
Well, the 8-7 of hearts is the ace cracker hand.
So they say, and it is
Rude, right? Like,
That's right.
in here. Slick Rick being slick here.
like, they
Just
don't-
calls the
like, just
50.
Like they are rude, and so they're rude. Canadians, though.
Yeah, I
think
speak-
they're super nice.
I speak all the essential French.
Finds no shoppers on the raise, so we are going to the flop 47 ways.
6 ways.
I want to go to France so bad. I just want them to be nice to me. And
They are extremely nice.
Somehow, he's still in
Even
the lead
French,
here.
I asked the French guy, I was like, how do I make them be nice to me? I really want to go to France. He's like, you can't. They won't.
Omaha Brian has landed the 7, and now this could be an interesting card. No one holding the 5 that I see. John will pick up hearts here. Omaha Brian will pick up hearts. He has a pair, heart draw, and a gut shot.
Slick Rick may end up just having to fold these aces with the board as nasty as it is, but for $100,
It's always about expectations. Exactly, right? 100%.
I went to high school.
JD's even going to stick around for $100. He's got the nutter gutter.
Yeah. So I really want to go.
Slick Rick shows his neighbor that
He said, look what happened to this hand.
I'm able to get away from this.
Yeah, where would you say to go?
Little does he know, he was good.
like, and you ride on.
Probably going to be sick if he gets to see the showdown.
Within an hour drive, you're in San Remo.
That's I'm going. That's it. I'm going.
John's going to
I
check
already
there.
knew I was going, but
The food is outstanding because you get Italian and French cuisine.
Slick Rick is laughing at himself right now. Look at him. He's like, what am I doing?
He's like, that board is so nasty with 6 people.
Slow playing aces goes wrong. Even when you're good, it goes wrong.
And I tell you what, you know, Omaha Brian's frequency of raising right behind him has been quite a bit.
Yeah,
and that time did not get the raise behind him.
Honestly, I know you probably picked your spots to watch some of the stream before you came on, but you really ought to go back and watch early on how Brian was playing. Can't wait to have him back on. I know he's coming through Houston, or coming through Dallas via Houston, heading to Choctaw to play in some of these big events this weekend. But we're excited to have him back on for sure, because he's been one of the more impressive players tonight.
Nice.
Just in how he's played. He is up heaps and really hasn't had premiums or really monster hands to show for it. He's just made exceptional calls and really played good tonight. So we can't wait to have Brian back on.
And really, even though Slick Rick's aces kind of held up there, but it's an impressive job of just going away when you want to go away, right? You set the trap didn't work, and on to the next one he goes. So many times we do that in the 1-2, 1-3 streets or 2-5 streets, and then just kind of spew it off when we know things are getting super ugly just because we tried to trap with those aces and it didn't work. Not going to get him. He didn't want to mess with it.
Oh yeah, there's a 4-liner out there to a straight. Made a disciplined fold. Obviously we could see that he was good, but could have gotten real nasty for him.
He's definitely taking Danny's like half glass of wine.
Tasty though. It's actually really smooth. I've actually never had tequila that's that smooth.
Drew, who was on the ship with us, introduced me to tequila years ago.
Did I meet Drew?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's like the younger kid running around the entire ship meeting everybody.
Oh, okay, of course. Yeah, how can I forget Drew?
Slick Rick finding a spot here to bet with second pair again.
Yeah, second pair, blocker to a straight here.
You're friends with everybody.
Feeling good about it.
He's so friendly. Yeah, it's true.
Do you know any Iranian lawyers now?
He did too. He did. Like we hung out because the first day he was like, yeah.
Sean Madrod?
Brian just said that's what they said.
John H. in the tank here. Knows that the disciplined play is to probably fold, but feeling a little sticky here, wants to make the call.
He was talking early on about
the loss. Yeah.
And just like that, another pot, another 1,200 in profit, going Slick Rick's way.
That's good.
Well played. Way to get value out of that hand there.
Do you want another cup of ice?
And just like that, we're on hand number 100.
Can we also pull his $5,000 tequila?
Dealer's been doing a great job tonight. We had Derek in, then we had Matthew Bizub, and now we've got Miss Tika.
Yeah, I think Matthew was saying he enjoyed the first time on the stream for him tonight. So,
yeah, he did a really good job making sure those cards were read and not having them, cross over the board and stuff. First time he was being very careful. So Matthew, hell of a job, brother.
Yeah, I was picking on him. I said I didn't know you actually got in the box and dealt. Most of the time you're walking around picking on somebody. So he got a good time out of that.
Carlos just going to flat here with the 2 10s after Benham opened it up for 150. Pretty good flop for the 2 10s, the tanks.
King 6 and a naughty 10 on that flop. Middle set here for Carlos.
Well, let me check again to see if I got 2 tanks down there, and I do. That's our buddy Mitch's favorite hand.
Pocket 10.
Pocket 10s. Prefers them to be the same color.
So he's checked his middle set enough that Benham's going to fire a little bet here.
Yeah.
That's 375.
510.
Carlos just calls.
But everyone's locked in, like they can't leave. They have to keep rebuying.
Unless they get
But if you do 510, like make everyone come with like a minimum like 20K so that they get comfortable keep rebuying.
I think you need to get like 10 people.
Just the one hand to worry about, but I think you still got to go for value, and he does. Unfortunately, Venom has complete error. It can't continue.
Don't listen to where you have to rebuy. No stop loss allowed.
Carlos shows the tens.
Nice hand there for Carlos.
You're like, oh, how much it is.
Felt like he won more than $690 there, but it just wasn't enough
right
from Venom. Didn't connect with anything, so relatively small pot with as strong of a hand as he had.
Trying to play a little trappy with that king out there, hoping Venom would land something, but it was just an ace on the button, so Venom whiffed.
You notice PokerMomma's rocking a little shiny bow tie tonight.
There we go.
I think last time you were up there dealing, you had a bow tie on for Valentine's Day.
That is,
yeah.
Yep. Last time I dealt the stream, it was Valentine's stream, and I was rocking the bow tie. Bow ties are in, man.
Got to be honest, PokerMomma looks a little better in a bow tie than you do.
Golly. Yeah, it's tough competition there.
It is.
Carlos landing the best of it here on the flop, 7-9. Gets a 7-high flop against all these overs.
Anybody want this pot? JD says, I want the pot. Give me a queen ball, corner pocket. And go ahead and bet into me, Carlos.
Carlos bets 2 1/4 here into 800.
Now Brian is shown to be sticky and could potentially try to call here with an ace high. Would be interesting to see JD's response if Brian were to put in a raise here. He's not gotten out of line though tonight, Mr. Omaha Brian. The only thing out of line is that damn Knights hat he's wearing.
That's right. We're rooting against you this one, brother. Not in the poker hand, but for the Knights hat.
Really in the tank here.
Do you know it's on you? Okay, okay.
He was like, do you know it's on you? JD flicking that call. Flick it in. There he goes. Easy peasy.
So JD
I've been running bad since like
lands a pair on the river, and it feels good to bring that one in. He'll rake that one in, stack them up.
Carlos stacked Ryan from C3 earlier. The whole time he was like, I wish it was your chips, JD. Why isn't it your chips? Why aren't you in the hand, you know? Oh, man. Those two go back and forth. It's pretty fun.
Yep.
Still over 300 and something of you guys and gals watching. Y'all still alive in the chat?
Let me redeem myself, please.
I don't know if I need to refresh our chat or not.
Slowing down in the chat. We're still here, guys.
Yeah, these players still playing. Benham's raising it up with a 7-deuce. Let's go.
We can smell the end zone, but there are still pots to be had.
we just went to France like a couple weeks ago.
Oh, yeah? What area did you go?
Nice variety of holdings here.
I could be right.
7-5-9, 7-deuce lands.
Benham's going to check it, though. I'd like to see him bet there.
Do you guys have any kids?
Oh, I needed that hand.
Queen of spades gets the scary over, but nobody really holding it.
Drew's alive. Drew's hit us a couple times tonight. He's a big fan of Brian. possible family member.
There we go.
He's hit us with a super chat tonight a couple times.
Sweet. Thank you, Drew.
Yeah, thank you again, Drew, for those super chats.
You the man.
Venom says, "Pay me." Shows the 7-deuce.
Paris is really cool. Like you see it all in the movies and stuff. Like there's so many like
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
There's so many like
Pay me.
things that you
7-deuce is a winner.
Venom's gonna get $50 from all the players.
Oh, I thought it was Eric, and I was like, I'm not paying. Forget it.
Helps out with that green number he's working on tonight. Up nearly 7K.
That's funny. PokerMomma wasn't paying attention. She thought it was Slick Rick. Just, you know, obviously he's running so good. She thought it was him getting the 7-deuce through. She's like, I'm not paying him.
Right. He's out.
He's out.
You guys could continue to play.
That stack of his is just obnoxious.
You know it's a good night when your stack gets fat enough that nobody wants to pay you 7-deuce money.
Get a good look at the last
Yeah, $50. They just don't even want to pay you.
And that's it. Like you just try. They said, hello, you speak English, and that's it. Like, from there, use English. So
They just want you to show an effort.
Yeah, just show like the basic effort. Like, not be super like.
Heck yeah. Good to have good buddies.
Like Garland.
Yeah.
Like Garland. Stop.
Make an
Not
effort.
too much on Garland.
Well, be sure to tell him how much we've enjoyed. If we don't catch him when we get out of the booth to introduce ourselves, because I didn't get to earlier, make sure you tell him that we greatly appreciated him coming out and
All right, I'll give you action.
providing some action and playing good tonight.
I've got position. Be
Yeah,
careful.
look forward to the next one, and happy stacking out there in the tournament life.
That's right. Go crush it up in Choctaw, Brian.
You can say I'm in position. Sorry.
Big Ed E's here. What's going on, Ed?
Oh, they won't let me do it.
Big old flop here. Ace, king, queen. Rainbow on the flop. Omaha Brian landing the best of it.
We've got Carlos betting into him.
Gonna have a meeting afterwards. What did you really just say that?
Carlos going to bet that big strong board from the button, but he's going to catch some resistance here.
Check, check.
Yeah, Carlos pretty much shut it down.
Backdoor hearts do come on the river.
Shows him the 8 high. No good.
That's a
No,
knock,
first
right?
he won.
Nice hand.
Attaboy Carlos.
Paris is cool. The museums of Paris are amazing.
Flip it up like a G. I love that.
It's like I got a pair of 6s on the river.
Beautiful churches. Yeah. He stayed in my feet. Yeah. A month ago.
I try to do that. Like anytime I'm called, anytime I'm all in and called, I'll just flip it up like a G. If something bad happens, it for some reason, it just helps me take anything crazy. And if I hold it, if I keep it to myself, sometimes I get cranky.
Flip it up like a G.
Yep.
All right, we've got the 50 on. ZeFish going to pop this up with a suited A6. He's been kind of quiet. ZeFish.
There we go, ZeFish.
The Frenchman.
Finding
ZeFish.
some holdings to get in the game here. Suited A6.
Got a super chat 50 in euros tonight from Spritz.
Sweet.
Heck yeah.
Our first
Euro.
Our first
Super
Euro.
chat.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
Last hand of the stream. You guys
Thank
can
you,
continue to
Spritz.
play. Fold.
Man, PokerMomma's holdings have been rough over there. King, 7-deuce. Rainbow, 1 diamond for a ZeFish. Slick Rick. Tell me if you've heard this. He's landing the best of it.
Get out of here. You mean to tell me Slick Rick flop top pair?
Top pair, backdoor flush draw with 1 club on the board.
And he's got somebody betting into him.
So he makes the call from the button.
How about 2 pair for Slick Rick? Is that okay?
2 pair's good.
Rick, you dirty dog. And ZeFish is just like, I'm just not going to give this kid any more money. Yeah.
We'll see if Rick wants to take advantage of that second pair.
What a night.
last hand.
Continuously like going around the curve. There's no platforms or anything.
Shows 2 pairs.
Shows the 2-piece. He says, guys, it's just continuing. I don't know what to tell you, but just keep pushing the pots my way.
2-piece and a laugh, and time to
Yeah.
rake some more chips.
$1 million smile.
500.
Looks like this is going to be the last hold'em hand. Are they going to do a $500 flip? What is happening here? These players are nasty. $500 flips. Let's go.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. In the flipping mood tonight.
Looky here.
500. You took out.
8 players here.
So we think this is the last hand.
It
Players
might be, but with 8 players sticking $500 out there, it's probably worth watching.
Yeah. Players are starting to rack up. We're going to wait for a wheelbarrow to come get Slick Rick's chips out of here.
Best card in the deck.
Not great.
$500, 8 ways. Hearts. Who's got the hearts? PokerMomma shows a
Queen,
heart.
10, big old heart board.
Sorry, what?
Sorry, what?
We know there's not 2 queen of hearts on the flop, so there we go.
9 of diamonds. Surprise.
There we go. And PokerMomma's sweating out her hand a little bit, but she does have 1 heart.
I don't see any other hearts so far.
Oh,
Oh,
now
full
the
house
board
available.
pairs.
I see a 10. I see a 10.
Queen's,
Queen's
full
for PokerMomma. Unless somebody has quad 9s.
Or aces.
Or aces. Yeah, she's taking it down.
And she also has an ace in her hand, so that'll block that.
Or, of course, the royal. We forgot about there's the jack of hearts.
Yeah, royals are good.
Wow. Nice finish there for PokerMomma.
No, it's the side.
Didn't we have 20K on the side, Rick?
20K on the side. I don't think so.
Don't we have
You have to play 2.
We'll let her ship this real quick, but we think that's the last hand. Whoa, quad 9s? Are you kidding me?
Quad 9s?
PokerMomma loses that. Queen's full.
I was wondering why everything was getting mucked over here.
She loses to runner 9s.
They slow rolled us with the quad 9s.
John H. with the quad 9s to finish the night.
Nasty.
What an end to the night. Thank you guys again for tuning in. RJ Dupree here to my left. Camera right, of course. Thank you, RJ. 2 nights in a row, you on the stream. We really enjoyed having you last night.
Thanks for having me. It's always good to come in here and check it out with you, man.
Yeah, again, everybody, thanks for joining us. May 3rd coming up. That is the 1-year anniversary for TCH Social. Head on over there. Check
Happy
that
birthday.
out. Happy birthday to TCH. 1 year. Yay, yay. There it is. Head on over there. Food drink menu is going to be new. Merchandise giveaways. Random splash pots. Food and drink specials, complimentary champagne toast if you decide to partake at 7 p.m. 5/3/24 coming up in 3 days. Thank you guys again, and peace out. Good game, everybody.
Good night.
Oh, I was just